Welcome back inside the Sweet Old Bills pregame show. Jamin Blake alongside Kendon Fruch. Just a couple of minutes away for a rubber match, game 3 of the series between the Blue Crabs and the Rockers. It's time to go inside the numbers with today's starting pitcher, Craig Stem. Now, Stem had struggled his first couple of starts. The two-seam fastball was something that had gotten obliterated to the tune of a batting average above 500 in 40 plate appearances, which is something, if you're a pitcher, you don't want to see, because that means your pitch is just getting tipped off and it's too obvious and it's getting hit all over the yard. So last start, what Craig Stem did is he made a lot of mechanical adjustments. We talked to him earlier in the week. Some mechanical adjustments were a big thing, but also the game plan in the approach. Learn that instead of dotting around the edges, to get the strikes on the track, man, you want to really attack hitters. And he did so with the slider that yielded him 7 strikeouts. And off of the fastball, he only had it put in play 5 times with only 2 hits. So see from Craig Stem today, a lot of combination between the sinker and the slider as he tries for a second straight good start on the year. We're just about 6 or so minutes away from action. We're going to go to break, and when we come back, it is baseball on a Sunday afternoon from Truist Point. It's the Blue Crabs and Rockers when we return on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. This has been the Sweet Old Bills pregame show, brought to you by Sweet Old Bills. Visit them today for the best in burgers, Q, and brew.
Patients at all 3 Triad locations. Behind home plate is Larry Rosenberg at first base. Al Baker at the third base. Owen Bound to the 4th. Tonight's lineup card exchange is presented by the UBS Store, the official fencing partner for High Point Rockers. With 22 locations in the Triad, the UBS Store is your one-stop shop for all of your fencing needs. The UBS Store with more than just shipping. Here they are, fans, your 2021 High Point Rockers. Let's make some noise. Fans, please stand and remove your hats as our national anthem is performed tonight by Kevin Bowen.
And on an overcast Sunday afternoon, welcome into High Point Rockers Baseball on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Kendrick Fruits and Javik Blake here, and first off, we want to wish a happy Father's Day to all the dads and father figures out there in Rockers Nation, and getting ready for a rubber match here between the Rockers and the Blue Crabs, Game 3 of a weekend set where each team has won one. Rockers winning one yesterday, a very fiery game between the Rockers and the Blue Crabs, and you know, for all the talk that was made during and after the 8th inning incident, got to give a lot of credit. One thing we did not do yesterday, just addressing the elephant in the room, guys like Matt Latos, Jamie Keefe, Frank Viola, fantastic job trying to keep order out there on the field.
A couple players did get ejected, though. Jared Mitchell, Michael Russell were both tossed. David Harris was the ejection on the Southern Maryland side. All of them back in the lineup today. Should be a good rubber match.
The lineup for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs again, it's Hibbert, Blackstone, Pisano, Harris, Collier, Crosby, DeLuca, Decker, and Baca. And they'll be facing the Southern Maryland 2019 All-Star, now a High Point Rocker starter, Craig Stem, looking for his first win of 2021. Stem again 0-3 this year with a 10.50 ERA, but was nothing short of fantastic his start earlier this week to kick off the 6-game homestand against Lexington. Rockers looking to string 2 victories together, and that quest starts now as Stem delivers first pitch down low, ball 1, and we're underway. Rockers wearing their home whites with the blue numbering on the back. Here's the pitch to Hibbert, and that's a called strike, and the count 1-1.
First pitch time, 5:07 p.m., 77 degrees and cloudy the weather, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line, ODFL, helping the world keep promises.
For the Blue Crabs, it's the gray pants with the dark blue jerseys with the light blue sleeves. That one just missing away. The count 2-1. It says Blue Crabs in, looks to be lowercase lettering across the front, with the light blue numbers on the back as well. 2 balls and a strike. Big swing, and just getting a piece of it is Hibbert. Looks like it might have got a little bit of home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg, but he looks good to go. Calvin Baker, the umpire at first base, and Owen Ballard, the 4th, is down the third base line.
Now, these are not throwback uniforms for the Blue Crabs. They are faux-back uniforms for the Blue Crabs.
I like them a lot. Reminds me of the font of a little bit of the old San Diego Padres in the 70s. The 2-2. Ripped into left field. It'll drop down in front of James McOwen, and the leadoff man is aboard for Southern Maryland. We know James McOwen is in left. Let's go ahead and set the rest of the Rockers defense.
James McOwen in left, Jared Mitchell in center, Stephen Cardullo in right, Michael Russell at third, Giovanni Alfonso at short, Edwin Arroyo at second, Jerry Downs at first, Stuart Levy behind home plate.
One of the big things for Stem, a lot of times, is that first inning is where he has struggled, so See how he does here with the leadoff man already aboard. Here's Kent Blackstone hitting at 254. The first pitch to Blackstone, a fastball strike. Another thing we saw at Stem his last start, how high the fastball was registering on the gun. That was about the hardest he had thrown the ball all year. I think it was almost approaching 93, 94.
Topped out at 94.5 miles an hour.
See if he brings the gas tonight. The 0-1 to Blackstone, ripped into center field. Racing back is Mitchell, going back, still going back. It's over his head. They are waving Hibbert around as Mitchell has just now retrieved the ball. He's bobbled it. The throw coming in now to second. It'll be a stand-up triple for Kent Blackstone. Hibbert will come around to score. And it's 1-0 Blue Crabs.
First inning struggles continue for Craig Stum. He's allowed now on the year 23 runs, 9 of them come in the first inning.
That'll bring up Dario Pisano. 238, 2 home runs, 11 batted in. Nobody out, a runner on third. Already a 1-0 lead for Southern Maryland. And something that Javik mentioned yesterday was the last 5 or 6 games, the team that scored first ended up winning. Is that pitch in there for a strike to Pisano?
The only time it didn't happen was Friday when the Rockers blew a 4-run lead in the 9th inning.
And here is the 0-1, and again called strike at the knees, 0-2. And here is the 0-2, off speed, looped into shallow center. This could be trouble. Arroyo going out, Mitchell going in, it's going to fall. And it's an RBI bloop single for Pisano. And just like that, it's 2-0 Southern Maryland. The official scoring on the previous play for Blackstone, it is a double, and he advances to third base on the error by Mitchell. So it's 2-0 Blue Crabs in the first inning. Still nobody out. Southern Maryland off to a fast start here on Father's Day. The hitter now, David Harris, the team leading 4 home runs, but just a 172 average, takes a strike at the knees. The count 0-1. Pisano, the runner at first. And here's the 0-1 down in the dirt. Good catch there by Stuart Levy. And the count 1-1.
And Craig Stem once again going with the 2-seam fastball and continues to get hammered. It's been sort of his Achilles heel this year on the mound, and showing up again today in the first.
Runner goes. Here's the pitch off speed. It's a strike. The throw down is a good one from Levy. Got him. Stuart Levy with an absolute laser to second base. Edwin Arroyo applies the tag, and Pisano out stealing. Again, that pitch was a strike to Harris, so now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 out and the base is empty. Timeout called. And even in the game on Tuesday when Stem pitched well, he gave up his runs in the first inning. So hopefully he settles in and gives us a performance much like Tuesday's. There's the 1-2. Fastball ripped hard into right field. Cardullo is there to make the catch for out number 2.
Unlike Tuesday, though, he's not getting swings and misses, and everything's being hit hard right now.
That brings up Zach Collier, hitting 273, 3 home runs, 7 batted in. 3 hits already for the Blue Crabs. They take a 2-0 lead, top of the first. Stem delivers first pitch, just below the knees. overcast skies today, a result of Tropical Storm Claudette coming through. We should be pretty good to go as far as rain goes. Might have a couple of showers, but nothing extreme expected as that pitch down low 2-0.
Right now the forecast says rain should be at around 8:30, so unless this thing goes real long, we should be all right.
It was interesting, it didn't even become a tropical storm until almost reaching land. It was very late forming. This pitch, a weak ground ball back to the mound. Stem with the underhand catch and throws on to first in time for the final out of the inning, but not before a couple of Blue Crabs score. We go to the bottom of the first inning, 2-0 Southern Maryland on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
The Rocket Horse. Here he comes around the warning track with his best friend Shane. Put your hands together and cheer them on as they make their way around the field. For all your farm equipment needs, be sure to visit St. Farm Equipment in Lexington, North Carolina. Rockers fans, make some noise for Hyde. Nestled in the center of downtown High Point, the Dallas Point overlooks the majestic ball field from Truist Point, with an ever-growing skyline as its backdrop. This dynamic space serves as a perfect representation of the city's vision to pursue new heights. We invite you to set your sights on the horizons that lay ahead, from weddings to corporate events, birthday parties, and more. With on-site catering provided and the highest attention to detail, we look forward to working with you to ensure your vision becomes reality.
Bottom of the first inning at Truist Point, Southern Maryland leading the Rockers 2-0. It's High Point about to take their first crack at it. Jamie Keefe's lineup again: Russell, McOwen, Cardullo, Downs, Mitchell, Trejo, Arroyo, Levy, and Alfonso. We'll be facing the right-hander Sam Burton, who struggled a little bit to begin his 2021 campaign. 0-2 record in 3 starts with an ERA north of 8.
Problem for him hasn't been hits, it's been hit batters. Has hit 4 guys this year, walked 3, walked 5, hit 3. So 8 runners on base by either a walk or hit by pitches is really what's undone him. You're going to see a fastball and a curveball at around 73 to 75 miles an hour, fastball around 87, 88 miles an hour.
And the tough part about that is the fact that his home runs that he's allowed 3, and they've come with runners on base. First pitch to Michael Russell, a strike. Russell hitting at .311, a home run, and 12 batted in this year. Burton delivers the 0-1, and that misses 1-1. Sam Burton, a right-hander, works third base side of the rubber. And Russell, a soft line drive into left field. Settling there to make the catch is Matt Hibbert, and we will set the rest of the Southern Maryland defense.
Matt Hibbert in left, Zach Collier in center. In right field is David Harris, Michael Baca at third, Ken Blackstone at short. At second base is Will Decker. First, Alex Crosby. Behind home plate, Joe DeLuca.
I'll bring up James McOwen, hit his first triple of the year yesterday. He's bumped his average to .275, 2 home runs, and a team high 14 batted in as he takes a strike from Burton. Oh, 1 ripped hard on the ground to shortstop. Blackstone picks it up, fires to first in time, out number 2. 2 quick outs for Sam Burton here in the bottom of the first. Brings up Stephen Cardullo, leading the team with a .400 batting average with a home run and 4 driven in. Been on a tear since joining the team. In fact, he's riding a 5-game hitting streak right now. Longest of the year is 8 by Giovanni Alfonso. And here's the pitch. Cardullo rips this one down the line. That'll get down, a base hit. Curling in towards the corner, but it's cut off there by Hibbert. Cardullo racing around to second. The throw is a good one. The slide, he's safe. No, he came off the bag and he tagged him out. Cardullo slid in around the tag, but his momentum pulled him off the bag, and Will Decker tagged him out. So it's a base hit for Cardullo, but it's also the third out of the inning for the Blue Crabs, and that will do it here in the bottom of the first inning. We head to the second. The Blue Crabs leading 2-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Fans, turn your attention to the third base line, where Blue Ridge Company's musical chairs will take place. Let's throw it down to Kaylee and meet our contestants.
I am down here on the field with Bryson, Mason, Connor, and Julian, and they are going to be competing in musical chairs. All right, control room, hit the music! All right, guys, start circling around the chairs. Fans, let's cheer loud for them. And by the chair! Oh, I am so sorry. Go to the side. All right, we're going to do another round. Here we go. Start circling around the chairs. You got it, fans. I can't hear you guys. And by the chair! All right, one more round. Here you go, sit over there. And it's our last round, fans. I need you to cheer as loud as you can. By the chair! Oh, all right. Congratulations, Julian, for being our winner. Here we go.
Celebrating their 20th year of providing high-quality housing for Triad residents, Blue Ridge Companies is proud to be the official housing provider for the High Point Rockers. To find your next home, visit
Top of the second, 2-0 Southern Maryland True score on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Craig Stem will be facing Alex Crosby, Joe DeLuca, and Will Decker.
Leading off the top of the second, the first baseman, Alex
Crosby hitting a .275, no home runs, and 5 driven in this year. Craig Stem looking to bounce back from a shaky first inning. First pitch hit on the ground. Alfonso having to range for it and knocked it down. Went deep into the hole at short, knocked it down, but trickled behind him. It's a base hit for Alex Crosby. In the second consecutive inning, Southern Maryland has the leadoff man aboard. Joe DeLuca did not play yesterday, hitting a .255, a home run, 12 knocked in.
We did see him as a starting catcher in game 1 of the series, though. Went 2 for 4 with a double in the ninth.
Runner on first base for Southern Maryland, nobody out. Michael Russell playing in, looking for a bunt. DeLuca instead swings and taps it softly foul down the first base side, 0-1. It's the final game of a 6-game homestand for the Rockers tonight. They head on the road, West Virginia for 3, and then Lexington for a weekend series. Fastball, that's hit high in the air into right field. Cardullo going back, Mitchell going back, looking up. It's going to one-hop the fence for a ground rule double. Heading to third base will be Crosby. DeLuca goes to second. And Craig Stem struggling again early on. That's 5 hits allowed now in 1+ innings.
And it's that 2-seam fastball. Left it up high in the zone there, and that just got crushed.
Will Decker, the hitter, hitting just .118.
And it's not like he's lost any velocity either. It's at 93 and 94 miles an hour, the same place it was last start. It just isn't doing the same things.
It looks a little flat visually. That one an off-speed pitch up and away, and the count 1-0. Maybe just not as much movement on the pitches today.
He also just left that last one middle, which is going to get crushed every time.
Corners are playing in a little bit. And here is the pitch hit on the ground towards second base, Arroyo's only play. is to first. Coming in to score is Crosby. Saying it's second is DeLuca on the 4-3 ground out.
Now at third baseman.
Will Decker, that's his first run batted in of 2021. And that brings up Michael Baca. Hitting .341, 2 home runs, 7 batted in. Baca yesterday had a little bit of a rough day, went 0 for 3 after a 3 for 3 night to open the series for the Blue Crabs. And Stem's first pitch to him, a fastball in. Tries to back him off the plate a little bit, 1-0. One out, top of the second inning. Southern Maryland on top 3-0. They do have a runner on second. That's Joe DeLuca. Stem delivers another fastball hit on the ground to third. Michael Russell looks DeLuca back to second to throw on to first in time. And that's out number 2. Back-to-back ground outs for Stem now in the second. Then that'll bring up Matt Hibbert. Hibbert singled and scored to begin the game. The persistently overcast skies ahead. If you look down the left field line, there's little cracks of blue in the left field foul territory. It's kind of the way tonight's going to go. That one a called strike to Hibbert as the off-speed pitch drops in. All in all, you could not have asked for better weather this 6-game homestand. The 0-1 fastball hit on the ground. Stem, nice leaping catch on the ground ball. That bounced almost over his head, but he grabs it and throws on to first in time for out number 3. So 3 consecutive ground outs for Craig Stem, but 1 run comes across for the Blue Crabs. We go to the bottom of the second. Southern Maryland on top 3-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Ladies and gentlemen, the High Point Rockers would like to congratulate catcher Logan Moore, who will be leaving us. But his contract has been purchased by the Philadelphia Phillies, and we will be returning to their AAA affiliate in Union Valley, Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Logan Moore.
Bottom of the second inning, Rockers trail 3-0. It'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters, Downs, Mitchell, and Trejo coming up. Bit of good news here from Truist Point. Congratulations to Rockers, or now former Rockers catcher, Logan Moore. Just had his contract selected by the Philadelphia Phillies and will be heading to AAA Lehigh Valley. Logan Moore, before going to the Atlantic League, was a member of the Phillies organization. So he heads back there. So congratulations to catcher Logan Moore. We wish you all the success in the Philadelphia organization. Here's Jerry Downs hitting .385 with an RBI this year. Joined the team the same day as Stephen Cardullo did last Tuesday. And he swings, hits this one high in the air. Home run distance, but foul. down the right field side. That ball went a long way. Javik, we'd like to talk about cool team names in baseball. The Iron Pigs are pretty cool. I gotta say, I like that one a lot. As the pitch misses 1-1.
It is a good name. One of the original sort of new school minor league names. Plus, they have bacon jerseys. Nothing beats a bacon jersey.
Stan Clyburn has now come out and started pointing down the right field line. He's talking to home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg. Not sure what this is about. Now first base umpire Calvin Baker going in to join the discussion, as well as Southern Maryland catcher Joe DeLuca. Not entirely sure what's going on.
And I'm right there with you. I'm not too sure what exactly
is
all the commotion.
It had nothing to do with the ball hit by Downs. It was clearly foul.
It's not like they called it fair either.
No. Whatever it is, looks like nothing's coming to pass, although now Jamie Keefe going to talk to Clyburn, who's pointing out into center field.
Maybe something with the ground or something. This is where I'd love if the umpires had sort of like a microphone or something to at least
like in the
announce
NFL,
the crowd
yeah.
what happened. Help alleviate a little bit of confusion.
I think it has something to do with the shift that they've just put on here for Downs. As he swings and fouls this one off in the count 1-2.
Things about it is illegal per the rules.
Yeah, it looks like they've moved third baseman Michael Baca behind second. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Downs. And here is the pitch, and that hit Jerry Downs in the leg. Jerry Downs' 3rd hit by pitch in this last week. And the Rockers have a man aboard.
And we just got confirmation that the question from Clyburn was what is and isn't allowed under the shift and whether he could legally move Michael Baca onto the right side of the infield.
And according to league rules, as long as the infielders have both their feet on the dirt section, their movement is basically unrestricted, correct?
Correct.
So here's Jared Mitchell hitting .208, 5 home runs, 10 batted in. Almost that entire damage being done this week. It's been quite the 7 days for Jared Mitchell. Off-speed pitch just missing away, ball 1. Mitchell started his week off strong at West Virginia last Sunday with a 2 home run performance there. Replicated that just a couple of nights ago. And here's the off-speed pitch to Mitchell. It misses away, 2-0. So Jerry Downs is on first with this team leading 3rd hit by pitch of the year. I don't know if that's a number or a category you really want to be leading the team in. The 2-0 to Mitchell is a fastball away, 3-0. Rockers down 3-0. But they have the leadoff man aboard here in the 2nd inning, and Burton's 1 bad one away from walking Mitchell. Here's the 3-0. Fastball swung on, hit foul down the first base side. Snagged there by Crosby, but in foul territory. Sam Burton asked for a new baseball and threw it back to the plate, but neither DeLuca or home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg was looking for it, and the ball sailed over both of their heads. Again, the shift on for Mitchell. And here's the pitch. Swung on, cranked. That is way out of here. Rockabye baseball, 2/3 of the way up the scoreboard. And the Rockers are back in it. It's 3-2 in the 2nd. For Jared Mitchell, his 6th of the year, climbing the Atlantic League leaderboard, now tied in 2nd. And 6 home runs in the last 7 days. Wow.
That was a long home run, about 2/3 of the way up the scoreboard.
dare we say, Morrisonian? They used to say Ruthian for those in the major leagues, but here I think Logan Morrison comparison is absolutely appropriate. Now to bring up Cesar Trejo, the curious case of Cesar Trejo. That's a called strike. I say the curious case. If you look at his home road splits, they are absolutely mind-boggling. The 0-1 to Trejo misses down 1-1. On the road this year, Cesar Trejo is batting .390 with 4 home runs. At home, he's hitting .080 with 0 home runs. He hits this one on the ground. Range there by Blackstone, throws onto first, a hop, not be able to corral it is Crosby. And Trejo is aboard. We'll see how that one's scored. Regardless of whether it's a hit or an error, Trejo is aboard at first. Still nobody out in the inning. Right as we were talking about the odd home road split that Cesar Trejo authored through the first 20 games of the homestand or of the 2021 season.
That's a single as well.
And he is glad about that. Little boost to the old batting average there, and that'll bring up Edwin Arroyo. Had his 7th multi-hit game of the year yesterday. Fastball down in the count 1-0. And that 7th multi-hit game tied Cesar Trejo for the most by a Rockers hitter this year. Runner goes, nope, he faked going. And that pitch a ball. Took a big jump there, did Cesar Trejo, but he did not go. And that one a called strike to Edwin Arroyo, and the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out as we are in the bottom of the second. Off-speed pitch, Arroyo well out in front of it, and the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trejo takes his lead off of first, still nobody out in the inning. Check over to first on him, he's back in. Gives us a second to give you the Wake Forest Baptist Health Injury Report. John Fasola continues to be the only player on the injury list, again dealing with arm soreness and currently on the inactive list. Runner goes, here's the pitch down low. The throw down to second is strong, but under the tag is Trejo for a stolen base. Cesar Trejo with his 4th stolen base of the year. 2nd most on the team. And that pitch a ball, so the count full to Edwin Arroyo. Still nobody out. The Rockers already gotten 2 runs back in their 3-run deficit, trying for more. Off-speed pitch, Arroyo out in front of it, fouls it off down the first base side. The man on deck, Stuart Levy, about to see a whole lot more playing time behind the plate. With the announcement of Logan Moore heading to Philadelphia, Levy, as Arroyo pops this one up, Levy hitting 164, that one foul, I should say, popped it foul. Hitting 164, but 3 home runs, 10 batted in. The power will play, and the defense will play. The question is whether increased playing time will help him get that batting average back up.
OBP struggled as well at 255.
Trejo dancing off a second. Here's the 3-2 to Arroyo. Outside, ball 4. And so the first 4 hitters for the Rockers this inning have all reached base, and that'll bring up Stuart Levy.
Now batting catcher, Stuart Levy.
Joe DeLuca positioning some of the infielders around. He's telling Michael Baca to watch a bunt over at third base. Levy 1 home run away from tying his professional high, which is 4. Big swing in the first one, fouls it back to the screen, 0-1. He certainly looked more like a power hitter here as a member of the High Point Rockers. Trejo and Arroyo both take leads off of their respective bases, neither one really being held on. Off-speed pitch, and that's a called strike to Levy in the count 0-2. Alfonso, who struggled a little bit recently, waits on deck. It's not been the nicest homestand for him. Defensively, he's done remarkable work as usual. Levy swings, lines this one into right field. Going back now, making the catch is the right fielder Harris. And a strong throw in holds both runners. So that's the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Alfonso.
Now right at shortstop, number 1, Giovanni Alfonso.
Well, you know what you'll get from Alfonso. You get good defense, you get speed, you get good hustle, and you get a grade A teammate as well. A guy that fans love watching and a guy that baseball players love playing with. First pitch to Alfonso. Third base is playing way back. If he dropped a bunt down, he could beat it out. He takes a strike in the count 0-1. Trejo takes his lead off of second, Arroyo off of first. Trejo going, here's the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, or strike 2 rather. And Cesar Trejo is second stolen base of the inning. Gives him now 5. The Rockers have gotten extremely aggressive on the base paths this homestand. Here's the 0-2 to Alfonso, that's away, 1-2. And you know, you look at the makeup of this team, in 2019, they didn't really have the speed in the first half of the year, but then when you add Michael Russell and Jared Mitchell, they started running a lot, and all of a sudden, there's just a check over to first base on Arroyo. All of a sudden, Jamie Keefe this week has just given his guys the green light to run.
Well, when you're 18 of 19 in stolen bases this year and your opponents have only thrown out 3 guys in 29 attempts, it paves a way that you can just run all over the place.
The 1-2 off speed, swing and a miss, strike 3. Down goes Giovanni Alfonso, and that's out number 2. Brings up Michael Russell, flied out to left field his first time. In fact, Cesar Trejo at third base is the only Rockers player to be caught stealing this year. He's 5 out of 6. Arroyo at first base, 1 for 1. And Michael Russell takes outside. Russell, the man at the plate, 6 for 6 in stolen bases.
When he did get thrown out, though, that was an extremely close play. That was, I believe, last weekend in West Virginia. He got nabbed on an extremely close place at second.
Russell pops this one up over our heads, foul, 1-1.
So the difference between 95% and 100% is about 3 inches.
Pretty solid crowd here at Truist Point for a Sunday afternoon. Nice way to spend a Father's Day as Russell pops this one up and out of play. As dads and kids can go out and play catch on the field after today's ball game. Also, kids 13 and under get to run the bases this afternoon. Arroyo goes, here's the pitch, it's outside. DeLuca bluffs the throw and holds Trejo down at third. So it's Edwin Arroyo's second stolen base of the year.
And all of a sudden, this team has just run like crazy. 2 stolen bases on Friday, a stolen base last night, and now 3 stolen bases, and we're in the second inning.
And on Thursday, they had 3 stolen bases. Russell had a couple, and I believe Jared Mitchell had 1. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Russell hits this one. He kind of got sawed off, and it's a ground ball foul down the first base side, and the count holds 2-2. Southern Maryland scored 2 in the first. Rockers scored 2 in the second. Southern Maryland added 1 in between. to make it 3-2. Here's the 2-2 to Russell, lofts this one into left field. Not very deep. Hibbert is there in the left center field gap, makes the catch for the final out of the inning. But the Rockers get a pair on a monster shot from Jared Mitchell. And we head to the third inning. Southern Maryland leads 3-2 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Download the free Mix LR app on your smartphone and search High Point Rockers Baseball or follow the Rockers on social media for a link to the broadcast on game day. Attention fans, season tickets are still available for purchase for the 2021 season. Please visit the sales tent located at Guest Services, line section 107 for more information. And now here ready to show us Pearly Whites. Fans, it's time for the Smile Cam. Brought to you by Dr. Bradley Samuel. You need great business, call ours 336-883-2316 or visit www.bradleysamuelabs.com. Dr. Bradley Samuel, official dentist of the High Point Rockers.
Top of the third inning at Truist Point. Rockers and Blue Crabs doing battle on a Father's Day evening. Rockers trail 3-2 right now. And in stark contrast to some of the tempers flaring late last night, the mood is very light here at Truist Point this evening. I just saw Frank Viola and first base umpire Calvin Baker having a good laugh in between innings. Leading off in the top of the third inning, it'll be Matt Hibbert, the leadoff man. Check, that'll be Kent Blackstone, the number 2 hitter. Blackstone, Pisano, and Harris. And Stem's first pitch, an off-speed pitch just below the knees, ball 1. While still overcast skies, does feel a little bit brighter down the left field side. Off-speed pitch there is a strike at the knees to Blackstone. Blackstone with a double and reached third base on an error on the same play, came around to score a little while later. 1 ball, 1 strike as Stem set. And the pitch swung on, that's cranked foul down the right field side, and the count 1-2.
And that once again was that 2-seam fastball up in the zone. That's been his pitch all year long. The slider's been great. That's been his put-away pitch, but it's just getting to a point where he can use that slider, and so far he hasn't been able to get there.
Stem delivers the 1-2. Off-speed hit weakly on the ground, foul again down the right field side. And the count stays 1-2. Tomorrow an off day for High Point. Make the trip to West Virginia for 1 game Tuesday and a couple games on Wednesday, the rare scheduled doubleheader. The 1-2 fastball, weakly hit foul, this time down the third base side.
Also a rare week with 2 off days in a week.
Yeah.
Off on Monday, off on Thursday.
I guess the team probably stays in West Virginia Wednesday night. Off-speed pitch down low to Blackstone, and the count now 3-2.
We've seen a couple teams have situations where they have an extended off day in a city, and they'll usually just bust down the night before. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they went from Charleston just straight to Lexington that night and spent Thursday as an off day in Kentucky.
The 2-2, and again down low, and the count goes full. Stem trying to work that off-speed pitch in there, trying to see if he can get Blackstone to offer at it, but to this point he has not. Unlike last night where the wind was hard out to left field, almost no wind to speak of right now, looking at the flags in left center field. Here's the 3-2, and again, spoiled foul down the first base side towards the Rockers dugout. And the next pitch for Stem will be the 9th of this at-bat.
And the pitch count already climbing today. Next pitch will be number 35 as well.
Blackstone battling here, a 9-pitch at-bat at least to lead off the third inning. And Stem kicks and delivers. Fastball hit on the ground towards second. Arroyo cuts it off and throws on to first in time for out number 1. Good play by Edwin Arroyo, ranging towards second base with all his momentum going out towards left. Turned around and whipped a throw onto first.
Top of the third, time for your Ginny Maurer Cruise Planner scoreboard update. Everything else around the Atlantic League has gone final. West Virginia holds on for a 14-13 victory. Long Island takes down Lancaster 18-13. And York takes down Lexington 6-5 to get a series win.
It's a big win for West Virginia. They and Gastonia have been flip-flopping the basement of the South Division for the last week. Now West Virginia, a little bit of separation there as that pitch down low to Dario Pisano, ball 1. Pisano with a base hit in the first inning was caught stealing. The 1-0 from Stem, again down low, 2-0.
Win today for the Rockers would put them only 3 games back of Lexington going into next week.
It'd be huge to be within striking distance when you get to Lexington next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And here's the 2-0. There's a fastball strike on the inner part of the plate, 2-1. And you know, not even thinking about sweeping that Lexington series, but just 2 out of 3. Something to cut into their division lead would be, I think at this point, as we approach the midway point of the first half, would be a huge series. The 2-1, off speed away in the count, 3-1.
Well, also not just playing them, but when they lose, if you're the Rockers, you want to win the ball game. You need to make up as many games as you can in the standings. Came into today 4 games back, and that's why this game is so important. Yes, it puts you 1 game over 500, but it also just put you 3 back of Lexington.
The 3-1 fastball ripped right to first baseman Jerry Downs, who gloves it for out number 2. To bring up David Harris, flied out to right his first time up. Hard to believe we're almost halfway done with the first half of the season. Remember, the season split into 2 60-game segments, and today, game 21 for the Rockers.
A third of the way through the first half and a sixth of the way through the whole season. Early part's flown by.
Fastball there, a strike. Count 0-1 to Harris.
I think the craziest thing is opening day was only 3 weeks ago. And they've played now what would be 3 6-game weeks and the opening 4.
Swing and a miss. Got Harris chasing on the off-speed pitch down, 0-2. Nice to meet you. Stem 1 strike away from an impressive 1-2-3 bounce-back inning. Here is the 0-2. Fastball hit on the ground to third. Michael Russell playing deep. The long throw across to first in time. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Stem. Looked much better that time through. And we go to the bottom of the third. Rockers trail 3-2 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
With each section taught by Rockers players and coaches, having individual time to spend with each camper, your child will be playing like the pros in no time. And so, for all interested players, ages 7 to 13, register today at www.highpointrockers.com. Here at High Point, we all know there's a big horse race and a Kentucky Derby. That's right, fans, it's time for the mascot race. Presented by Colt. Let's go down the paper and get this race started.
Hype and Aiden are taking the field to compete in the mascot race. They're going to start on first base and come all the way here to third base. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go! All right, everyone cheer for Aiden and Hype. Aiden is in the
Bottom of the third inning, Rockers trail the Blue Crabs by a score of 3-2, but the offense looked a lot better last inning, and Craig Stem looked a lot better here in the top of the third.
That's the important thing you want from Craig Stem. Sort of a bounce-back inning, and just like how he started the year. Bounce-back starts, bounce-back innings after a shaky start, and gives you a chance in offense to sort of recoup and regather and hopefully score a few runs against Sam Burton, which has looked easy to do in the second inning, especially pulling off your own face in the scoreboard. That does also seem to be quite easy for Jaron Mitchell.
It'll be McOwen, Cardullo, and Downs, who just missed a home run foul himself his first time, as that pitch will miss ball one to McOwen. McOwen hits this one high in the air to right field. It will get out of play. Crosby gives it a look, but no chance in the count 1-1. Brand new episode of Off the Rockers drops tomorrow, and this is one that you will not want to miss. Javik and I got to sit down with Rocker starter Bryce Hensley as that pitch down low in the count 2-1. Talked a little bit about baseball and a lot about music. Bryce Hensley, of course, opening for country star Jake Owen this week in Akron, Ohio on Tuesday. The 2-1 hit on the ground weakly towards second. Decker gobbles it up and throws on to first in time for out number one, and that'll bring up Cardullo. That will drop tomorrow afternoon anywhere that you get your podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify. Jake, what was your favorite part of that interview?
All of it. It was a good interview. Make sure to listen in. Important at bat here from Cardullo, though. Singled the first time, and the offense has kind of sputtered since the Cesar Trejo single. See if Burton makes any adjustments second time through the order.
I've noticed he's gone a lot more off speed as a Rockers ball gets loose from the bullpen. I think somebody's already up throwing, or no, I don't see anyone throwing, but a baseball came from down there. The first pitch to Cardullo was off speed down. And there's a fastball in the count 2-0. I do feel like Burton started to get away from that fastball a little bit recently. I don't know. If that was before or after the Rockers started hitting him. That's an off-speed pitch for a strike. The count 2-1. We're in the bottom of the third inning. And a fastball there from Burton in there for a strike in the count 2-2. Line score 3-5-0 for the Blue Crabs, 2-3-1 for the Rockers. And here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Down goes Cardullo. And that's out number two for High Point. That'll bring up Jerry Downs, who was hit by a pitch and scored. First pitch to Jerry Downs from Sam Burton. Pops this one up. DeLuca walking back with the mask in hand. The ball gets out of play. It's strike one. Jerry Downs has got to have an on-base percentage over 500 at this point with all the hit-by pitches.
Downs coming into today had an OBP of 556, but just 16 plate appearances.
Cranks this one high in the air. Don't think it has the distance. Couple steps in front of the wall is the center fielder Collier and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. It's a 1-2-3 frame for Sam Burton, and we go to the fourth. Javik Blake is your play-by-play. The middle innings of this Father's Day afternoon on the Rockers Baseball Network. The Rockers trail by 2.
Purchase your tickets today at highpointrockers.com or visit our guest services window located on the concourse behind section 107. All right, fans, put your fins up. Get ready to dance to Jimmy Buffett's song Fins. Fin Canvas brought to you by B&H Food and Patio Shop. Celebrating over
Top of the fourth inning, Blue Crabs up by 1 over the Rockers. Game 3 of a 3-game set from Truist Point. Javid Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Thanks so much for joining us. Zach Collier leads things off in the fourth against Craig Stem, who so far today has allowed 3 runs on 5 hits. 2 of the 5 have been extra base hits. No walks, no strikeouts. Collier leads off, then Crosby and DeLuca behind him. 5, 6, 7 in the Blue Crabs order. First pitch, swing and a miss, fastball low, strike 1. Zach Collier today 0 for 1. Grounded out to Craig Stem to end the first inning. A bouncing ground ball that Craig Stem used every bit of his 6'5" frame to reach up, snag it, and softly toss it over to Jerry Downs. The pitch, fastball, outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Zach Collier talked a few moments ago, a couple innings back, about Logan Moore. Collier and Moore were teammates back in 2019 in New Britain. Collier played 54 games with the Bees, batted .237. Pitch, curveball, misses inside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Curveball there, missing a little bit of location as Levy wanted it down, and Stem got it more inside than anything.
Collier taps up the plate, swings the black bat, places it above the shoulder. Stem kicks and fires. Fastball. Collier looks at it, called strike inside corner, 2-2. The Bees team in 2019 was the final year the Bees spent in the Atlantic League. They moved to the Futures Collegiate Baseball League, a collegiate summer league in the New England area, for the 2020 and forward seasons.
Have they started playing yet?
They have. The pitch, curveball, swing, ground ball, foul wide of first. Count stays at 2-2. Broken bat from Collier, so we'll walk back to the dugout and get a new piece of lumber. They have. All collegiate summer leagues have started around the country, including today, the Cape Cod Baseball League. Best of luck to all the teams around the Cape getting started today. I'm obligated to throw in a hashtag Go Gateman. They get underway today against the defending champion Cotuit Kettleers in just a beautiful ballpark in Barnstable. The pitch, swing and a miss, elevated fastball, strike 3. Collier goes down swinging, first strikeout of the day for Craig Stem. And after the double from Joe DeLuca, he is retired now 7 in a row. So with 1 out in the fourth, Alex Crosby strides up, nobody on, 1 out, Crabs up 3-2.
You mentioned the Wareham Gatemen, my Muhlenberg County Stallions in the Ohio Valley League, right around 500 this year. They've been playing for about 2 weeks now.
The pitch, fastball down low, called a strike though. Count goes to 0-1. Northwoods League, which is the second biggest collegiate summer league behind the Cape Cod Baseball League, got underway about 2 weeks back. Cape Cod League, the biggest and brightest, starts today. The pitch, swing, fouled straight back. Count goes to 0-2.
New Britain Bees 10-12, 5th in the standings right now in the Futures League.
A lot of the best collegiate summer leagues are located in the New England area. The NECBL, the FCBL, and the Cape Cod League, all located in New England. The pitch, fastball, misses inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Northwoods League is widely considered the second best of what would be considered the Big Four, with the NECBL, FCBL, and Cape Cod League. They're out of the Midwestern United States. The pitch from Stem, fastball low. Count evens up, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Crosby. He's 1 for 1 today. Singled on a ground ball to Giovanni Alfonso, and all Giovanni Alfonso could really do is just sort of smother it. Make sure it didn't leave the infield. That was back in the second. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Stem hits him with the low looping curveball. Back-to-back strikeouts in the inning brings up Joe DeLuca. 2 outs, Blue Crabs up by 1, top 4.
And much like his last start, Stem looking to really get locked in after a rough beginning to his outing, although it took him a little bit longer today than it did on Tuesday.
Has still only allowed 3 runs on 5 hits. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Rockers. Top of the 4th inning. The pitch, bunt shown, pushed foul. Count goes to 0-1.
And with that, his 55th pitch of the game, you can still get 6 strong out of him at this rate.
And he's really slowed down. The end of the 2nd inning was at 35 pitches. With that math, only 25 pitches thrown the last 2 innings. Joe DeLuca, switch hitter, steps back in from the left side.
Stem's dropped his ERA now to below 10 for the first time this year.
Stem from the stretch with nobody on. Delivers, swing, line drive, right field. Cardullo ranges back towards the warning track, sticks up the glove, and makes the catch for out number 3. Greg Stem has settled down, to say the least, has retired 9 in a row. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left aboard. We're through 3.5 here at the point. Blue Crabs 2, Blue Crabs 3, Rockers 2. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Food and drink specials. Check out our unique background experience overlooking Alturas Point Stadium as we offer delicious food and a great time. Fans Tonight T-shirt toss is brought to you by Carolina Kia. You can service done your car with no further Carolina Kia of High Point. Rockers fans, are you looking for a T-shirt? Get on your vehicle chance to get a T-shirt. You know what I mean? It's T-shirt time.
Thank you so much, Samantha, for the report. Quick shout out, my dad, on Father's Day. Hope he's having a happy Father's Day back up in Massachusetts, enjoying hopefully better weather than we are here. It's cloudy, no rain yet, about 75 degrees here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Southern Maryland leads the Rockers 3-2 in this one. It will be Jared Mitchell, Cesar Trejo, and Edwin Arroyo, 5, 6, and 7 in the order to face Sam Burton.
My dad a shout out as well. Just got back from a week trip to Gastonia, or to Gatlinburg rather, not to Gastonia, to Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Had a little week off, so I know he enjoyed taking a week off from work.
Isn't Gatlinburg, Tennessee, where Dollywood is?
Yes. He did not go to Dollywood. We went once as a family a handful of years back, and that was kind of like one of those things where once you did it, you did it.
That's a one-time thing? One-time thing? All right. Jared Mitchell will start us off here in the 4th. It is team-leading 6th home run back in the 2nd. Now, this is game 21 for the Rockers. Jared Mitchell has 6 home runs. Seems pretty normal. Except for the fact that all 6 of his home runs have come within the last 7 days in the last 6 games, which is absurd for Jared Mitchell and somehow on par at the same time. Jared Mitchell starts us off. He'll come up from the left side. Last home run was majestic, to say the least. Hit it off his own face on the scoreboard, an emphatic bat flip as they play the replay on the big scoreboard as he comes up to start off the 4th. Pitch from Burton. Fastball way inside, 1-0. College World Series going on. Jared Mitchell is someone who went to Omaha a couple of times. Remember the LSU Tigers squad? On the 2009 College World Series after taking down Texas. The pitch, curveball, misses inside. 2-0.
Checking the box scores around the Atlantic League, Josh Saleh hit his 7th home run of the year today, tying Courtney Hawkins for the league lead. Hawkins did not hit one, so Jared Mitchell now 1 behind the tie for the league lead.
Pitch to Mitchell. Fastball high and outside. Count goes to 3-0. Check that, 2 balls and 1 strike. Late strike call. Count goes to 2-1. As I was saying about Mitchell, 2009 College World Series champion. Pitch, bunt shown. Taken, called strike, 2-2. Named to a 2009 College World Series All-Tournament team that included a whole bunch of guys who ended up with great MLB careers. DJ LeMahieu, who he was teammates with at LSU. Kyle Seeger played at UNC, Dustin Ackley as well, and Cole Calhoun with Arizona State. The pitch, fastball, misses wide, count goes full at 3-2. LSU did not make the College World Series this year, fell a single game short in the Super Regionals. The pitch, big looping curve, outside ball 4. Mitchell walks, will take his base at first as Cesar Trejo comes up, 1 on, nobody out. Rockers down by a run in the 4th.
We got to give a little bit of love to the North Carolina entrant, NC State. Really impressed me last week getting by Arkansas.
How NC State made the College World Series is one of the most fascinating things of all time. They lose game 1, 21-2, against the #1 team in the country that had not lost a weekend series all year. Trejo comes up from the right side. First check back towards first from Burton. Back safely is Mitchell. Trejo comes up from the right side. 1 for 1. Single back in the 2nd. Pitch from Burton. High and outside.
Well, I think what makes that even more interesting is after State comes back in game 2, then Arkansas sends Kevin Kopps out to the mound to start the Sunday finale.
And those who do not know the legend of Kevin Kopps, the pitch, fastball right down the middle, called strike 1. Kevin Kopps on the year had an ERA above 1, as in it was 1.05. Ended up winning the National Player of the Year. The pitch, curveball, called strike 2. Ended up winning National Player of the Year. And in the 8th inning of that game, with NC State tying it up, they hit a go-ahead home run off of Kopps to end up winning the ball game and going to Omaha. 1-2 the count, nobody out. The pitch to Trejo. Swing, line drive, foul. First base line on a play. Count stays at 1-2. Trejo played Division I baseball locally at UNCG. Member of the Southern Conference.
Quite a few UNCG alumni on this Rockers team.
Bryce Hensley, one of those as well. Check back towards first. Mitchell back in time. A lot of local connections as well. Joe Johnson played for High Point University. Was a Panther.
Randy Norris at Winston-Salem State University.
The pitch, curveball, misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another Winston-Salem State alumni, the man on the mound for Southern Maryland, and Sam Burton, was teammates with Randy Norris back in 2016. Both members of the Winston-Salem State Rams baseball team. Delivers, swing and a miss, strike 3. Trejo goes down swinging, out number 1. Brings up Edwin Arroyo, 1 on, 1 out. Rockers down 3-2, bottom 4. The Rams baseball program was shut down after the 2018 season, was in the CIAC, a Division II conference, was one of the few Division II HBCUs. Mostly you'll see them in the MEAC and the SWAC. Schools like NCA&T. Delivers, swing and a miss, strike 1 to Arroyo. The most recent Division II school, and this was really an interesting thing, a team that went from Division I to Division II was Savannah State. One of just a couple of HBCUs to now field baseball teams at the Division II level. The pitch, swing, ground ball back up the middle, past the diving Blackstone, base hit center field. Edwin Arroyo extends a hit streak to 3 games. Jared Mitchell moves up 90 feet, brings up Stuart Levy. 2 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 4th inning, Rockers down 3-2 to the Blue Crabs.
This is kind of how things started in the 2nd inning. A couple of base runners. The Rockers have speed at first and 2nd.
Stuart Levy, a Sun Belt guy at Arkansas State, the Red Wolves. Comes up from the right side, 0 for 1 today, flat out to right, back in the 2nd. The pitch, big looping curve, called strike 1, inside corner.
As a Rockers guy, I'm glad that Levy is here. As an App State guy, not a fan of the Red Wolves.
Stuart Levy originally out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Burton delivers, swing, line drive, center field. Collier races over towards the right center field wall, takes 1 hop, bounces bounces into the bleachers. 1 run scores. Staying at third is Arroyo. And an RBI ground rule double from Stuart Levy ties us up at 3 here in the 4th.
Well, knowing that he was going to be getting a lot more playing time now with the departure of Logan Moore, Stuart Levy feeling good, ripping that one into the gap. Zach Collier's got a lot of speed in center field, but had no chance to catch up to that one. And that's what I think Rockers fans can get used to, is power hitting catcher now starting to really come into his own this year.
Giovanni Alfonso comes up from the right side. Delivers, swing and a miss, strike 1. Elevated fastball with a little bit of extra juice from Sam Burton.
And that's what Burton's used, and really the Southern Maryland pitchers in general have used to get Alfonso this week. He's chasing high fastballs a lot.
3-3 our score. Bottom 4, runner on second, runner on third. The pitch bunts, did straight up in the air down the first baseline. Alfonso slams his bat as Alex Crosby squeezes out number 2. Brings up Michael Russell. Arroyo at third, Levy at second. Rough week continues now for Giovanni Alfonso. Hasn't reached base in the last 3 games and is now 0 for 2 today.
And his season average has dropped below 220.
Crazy to think about, considering just a week and a half ago it was above 300. Michael Russell strides up from the right side. Another local college guy, went to UNC. Remember the Tar Heel baseball program? Burton steps off. Now we'll re-engage with the rubber. Russell 0 for 2 today. Fly out to left and a fly out to left in the first and the second inning. Delivers. Swing. Fly ball. Left field again. Hibbert settles under it. And Michael Russell has a hat trick of flyouts to left field. And that ends the inning here in the 4th. The Rockers get 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 runners left aboard. Tied at 3 through 4 at Truist Point. Back after this, the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Your attention to the Jumbotron. Be sure to shout out your answer.
Top of the 5th inning, Craig Stem on the mound for the Rockers. All tied up at 3. Stuart Levy tied this whole thing up with an RBI double back in the 4th. Will Decker, Michael Baca, and then the top. Hibbert, Blackstone, and Pisano will face them here in the 5th inning. Javid Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Thanks so much for joining us. Will Decker walks in from the left side and an RBI single back in the 2nd inning for his first RBI of the year. We've seen him in various pinch hit roles. Struck out in a pinch hit appearance in the 8th inning last night, and then singled in the 9th inning of Game 1 in a pinch hit appearance. Stem sets the belt, delivers the first pitch of the inning. Fastball, called strike to the knees. No balls and 1 strike to Decker. Top of the 5th inning, time for today's trivia question, brought to you by Bethany Medical Center. Your health is our concern. Stem works quickly, gets the sign, delivers. Curveball low, 1 ball and 1 strike. The question today, we've mentioned colleges a couple of times today. We've mentioned Winston-Salem State a couple of times as well. Today's trivia question is, What player, Stem delivers. Curveball bites low, 2 balls and 1 strike. What player who was drafted in the 2018 draft was the highest drafted player from a historically black college and university during the 2018 draft? Reveal their answer in the 7th inning. Stem delivers. Swing, ground ball, right side. Arroyo comes in on the run, underhands to first. Decker is retired for out number 1. Make sure to tweet your answer at us, at Rockers Baseball on Twitter, or join in on the chat on MixLR and YouTube. Answer revealed again in the top of the 7th inning. Michael Baca comes up to the plate. 3-3 the score, top of the 5th inning. Nobody on base. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Rockers. Or the Blue Crabs, check that. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for High Point. Baca on the day, 0 for 1. Grounded out to Michael Russell at third last time he was up. Stem delivers. Big looping curve. Called strike 1 in the inside corner.
I know the answer to the trivia question, but only because you told me.
This kid's, it's called good prep. Stem delivers. Check swing. Fastball. Called strike. 0-2 the count. 1 out, nobody on base. After Michael Baca, it's Matt Hibbert, Kent Blackstone, and Dario Pisano. Considerably less fireworks today through 4 1/3 innings here at Truist Point after the benches cleared not once, but twice within a 15-minute span a night ago. The pitch, swing, ground ball back up the middle. Royal ranges over, backhands, throws in the run in time. Baca retired, out number 2 in the inning. Edwin Arroyo showing off the glove here in the 5th inning. A running play back up the middle to get Baca, and then on Decker's play, ranges near the first baseline, forehands it, and underhands to first.
And that's now 11 consecutive Blue Crabs retired by Craig Stem since giving up a double to DeLuca with nobody out in the 2nd.
The pitch. Swing, line drive, left field. McGowan ranges back, leaps, it goes over his head. 1 hops off the wall into the bleachers, and a ground rule double for Matt Hibbert ends the streak of consecutive Blue Crabs retired and puts a runner on second with 2 outs for Kent Blackstone.
Well, that's interesting. That's got to be the 2nd or 3rd ground rule double that we've seen today.
That's the 3rd one today. First one to left field. The other ones have bounced up and over the wall in right center, where as hitting coach Joe Walsh runs to second to get Matt Hibbert's stuff, and then full-on sprints a hard 90 back to the first base's coaching box. Blackstone up from the left side, 3-3 the score, top 5. Pitch, swing, ground ball, third base. Russell on a hop, 2 steps, throws to first in time, ends the inning. Matt Hibbert hits the 3rd ground rule double of the day, but he's stranded on second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left aboard. We're through 4 1/2 here at Truist Point, tied at 3. Back after this, the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Fans, direct your attention to the field where you are about to witness the most exciting challenge brought to you by Wake Forest Baptist High Point Medical Center. Be sure to cheer them on. Let's start out with quickly. Get this game started.
We have Logan all the way down here on this side of the field. He is going to be running from the edge of the foul line all the way here to third base. He's going to steal the base and run it all the way back in less than 30 seconds. All right, Logan, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Come on, Vince, cheer for Logan! Here he comes, here he comes! Come on, big time! You got it, you got it! Down here, keep pushing, keep pushing! Grab the base and head on back! You've got 12 seconds! 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
As we had a countdown at the end of the stolen base challenge, in which a fan from the stands, can't be more than 7 or 8 years old, is tasked with running from the 335 foul pole in left field to third base, grab a base, run back in 30 seconds. He did not complete the challenge, missed by about a second or two. Hopefully he gets it next time. James McGowan, Stephen Cardullo, Jerry Downs, the 3-2 up for the Rockers, tied at 3, bottom of the 5th inning, Javic Blake. Alongside Kendrick Fruits, Stan Burton on the hill for the Blue Crabs. He's pitched 4 innings, has allowed 3 runs on 5 hits. James McGowan steps in from the left side. First pitch, swing, fly ball, right center. Collier ranges over, settles under it, makes the catch. Out number 1. McGowan falls to 0-3 on the day, and an uncharacteristic little black hole at the top of the order for the Rockers. Russell 0 for 3 in the 1 spot, McGowan 0 for 3 in the 2 spot. And Stephen Cardullo has been providing a little bit of the offense. So the first hit of the game back in the 1st inning comes up from the right side, tied at 3, bottom 5.
But you know the funny thing about McGowan, he was 0 for 4 to start the day yesterday.
The pitch swing laced foul. Third base line, bounces towards the Blue Crabs bullpen. No balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, he was 0 for 4 yesterday, and then McGowan's 5th at bat, he hit that triple that scored former Rocker, now Logan Moore.
We say former Rocker. He still is in the dugout, has not made the trip to Lehigh Valley yet. The pitch swing, fly ball, left center. Collier and Hibbert going back towards the wall. Collier looks up, it bounces off the Van York Auto sign, and bounding into second is Stephen Cardullo, rounded first a little slowly and then jogged into second. A double for Stephen Cardullo puts a runner on second, 1 out for Jerry Downs. Rockers and Blue Crabs all tied at 3.
If this was yesterday, that ball goes out when the wind was blowing out towards left field, but today no wind to speak of, and the ball didn't get any help.
He missed a home run by about 6 inches. Looking back on the replay on our monitor, even if it was the 1st inning, the wind started by blowing out to left. The flag's dead on the flagpoles in left center. Jerry Downs comes up from the left side. Burton delivers way inside and behind Downs, bounces back to DeLuca. Cardullo scampers to third on the wild pitch, and Jerry Downs' adventures at home plate continue.
He's been hit already today. A pitch before he was hit was inside. That one almost behind it.
Cardullo at third, 1 out. Rockers and Blue Crabs tied at 3, bottom 5 from Truist Point. Jerry Downs has been hit 4 times this year. The pitch, swing, fly ball, left center. This one's got some giddy up on it. Collier looking at it, so is Hibbert at the wall. It bounces off the left center field wall. Downs runs into second. Cardullo comes home easily, and it's a 4-3 Rockers lead on back-to-back doubles.
Those balls almost hit to an identical location. One off the right-handed bat of Cardullo, one off the left-handed bat of Downs, and although he's still looking for his first Rockers home run, that's RBI number 2 for Jerry Downs, and the power looks real.
That missed a home run again by about 5 inches as pitching coach slash best pitcher Daryl Thompson comes out to the mound for a mound visit with Sam Burton. Rockers lead this one 4-3, bottom of the 5th inning. Double from Cardullo, double from Jerry Downs. First time all year the Rockers have hit back-to-back doubles. Brings up Jaron Mitchell, who's 1 for 1 today with a walk as Daryl Thompson continues to chat with Sam Burton on the mound. The way things line up, Daryl Thompson is slated to be the starting pitcher for Southern Maryland on Tuesday. He walks off the mound and heads back to the bench. Right in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. Pitch count for Burton in good shape. 74 pitches through 4 1/3 innings. He struck out 3, has allowed now 4 runs. So here comes Jared Mitchell. 1 for 1, home run off the face in the second. Not his actual face, the virtual face in the scoreboard. Hit it on a fly. Pitch from Burton. Curveball misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
The right-hander of the bullpen for Southern Maryland is right-hander Dalton Geeky.
We saw Geeky on Friday. Walked 1, struck out 2 in an inning and 2/3. The pitch, curveball, misses outside again, 2-0.
Burton really living and dying by that curveball. Leaves it hanging. It goes a long way, as Jared Mitchell showed, but he's also struggling to locate it. He's missed it outside to left-handed hitters quite frequently tonight.
The average mile per hour on the curveball, 75 miles per hour. He's thrown it 45% of the time today. Mitchell calls time. Everyone takes a step off. Jerry Downs about 2 or 3 step lead off a second. Right behind him is Kent Blackstone, making sure he doesn't get too far off the bag. Michael Baca shifts a little bit over towards the shortstop hole. Burton delivers. Fastball inside. Jumping out of the way is Mitchell. Count goes to 3-0. Cesar Trejo on deck. Edwin Arroyo in the hole. 6 of the 9 Rockers in the order have a hit today as they intentionally walked Jared Mitchell on what would be an intentional 4th ball. Goes down in the book as an intentional walk. Brings up Cesar Trejo. Runner on first, runner on second, 1 out. Bottom 5, Rockers lead 4-3. Already 1 in the inning on back-to-back doubles from Stephen Cardullo and Jerry Downs.
That's the right move. You put a red-hot Jared Mitchell on base, and you deal with Trejo, who's been struggling at home.
Pitch to Trejo. Swing, fouled straight back. Bounces off the screen behind home plate, 0-1. Trejo this year with runners in scoring position, 4 for 20, batting an even 200. Burton delivers. Fastball outside, 1-1. Trejo singled in the second, struck out last inning in the 4th. Burton checks around, delivers. Big looping curve. Trejo looks at it, called the ball, 2-1. Kiki continues to get warm in the Southern Maryland bullpen. Mitchell at first, Downs at second. The pitch, swing, fly ball, short right field. Crosby going back, continues to go. Harris comes in, they both dive. Nobody gets to it. Downs rounds third, comes home. Jared Mitchell advances to third. Cesar Trejo goes to second. And the Rockers take a 5-3 lead now on a base hit from Cesar Trejo.
A bloop double for Cesar Trejo, falling into no man's land down the left field line. Great effort by the right fielder, David Harris, there to try to get to that ball, but as they say, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and Cesar Trejo takes advantage of it there. For Trejo, that's his 13th RBI of the year.
Brings up Edwin Arroyo, switch hitter from the left side. Runners at second and third, 2 in the inning for High Point, 5-3 the score, bottom 5. Sam Burton sets the waist, delivers. Fastball backs up Arroyo inside corner, but called strike 1. So far, the Rockers have hit 3 tuples this inning for a team that has hit the 4th most in the Atlantic League with 32. The pitch. Swing and a miss, a slow curve from Burton, 0-2.
And for Trejo, it's his 2nd hit of the game, giving him his 8th multi-hit game of 2021, breaking his tie with Edwin Arroyo, the man at the plate.
But he has not yet had a 3-hit game. 8 multi-hit games, all of them with 2 hits. The pitch, fastball, misses outside from Burton. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Not many Rockers have put together a 3-hit game this year.
It's been few and far between. Giovanni Alfonso had one back on opening week. The pitch, fastball inside. Backs Arroyo off the plate. 2-2.
Alfonso, Arroyo, McOwen, Morrison, and Russell's done it twice.
Stuart Levy on deck, Giovanni Alfonso in the hole. White cleat, the very back of the batter's box for Arroyo. Burton steps off, now re-engages with the rubber. Trejo at second, Mitchell at third. Switch hitter Arroyo in from the left side. Rockers lead 5-3. Pitch from Burton. Fastball low, 3-2, and Arroyo has now worked Pretty good at bat, starting off 0-2, and then Burton has thrown 3 consecutive balls to make this thing a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 on for Edwin Arroyo. Already has a single today. The pitch, swing, ground ball, first base. Crosby comes up with it, throws home, but a high throw, and Jerry Downs goes tumbling into home. Check that, Jaron Mitchell goes tumbling into home, and it's a 6-3 ball game.
Not only did he tumble into home, he tumbled into home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg. But Jared got up and was laughing, so all good there.
Stan Clyburn comes out. It looks like we're going to get a pitching change meeting with home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg, and it looks like we're also going to get a double switch. Out of the game will come Alex Crosby. Into the game comes Dario Pisano to play first base. This might just be a purely defensive substitution in the middle of an inning. Nope. It's going to be double switch. Dalton Geekie will come in, which means Geekie will come in for Alex Crosby in the pitcher's position, and we'll sort it all out when we come back. Rockers up 6-3, bottom of the 5th inning. Runner at third and first when we come back on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Sam Burton exits after 87 pitches and 4 1/3 innings, gives way to Dalton Geekie. Rockers up 6-3, bottom of the 5th inning. 2 runners on. Edwin Arroyo reached first off a fielder's choice to bring home Jared Mitchell in an RBI. Cesar Trejo is at third, and a little bit of defensive substitution. So how it goes is Dario Pisano was the DH. They have now removed the DH spot. Pisano comes into the ball game and plays third base, takes out the DH spot with the whole thing. And then Dalton Geekie, the new pitcher into this ball game, comes in for Alex Crosby. So the pitcher spot in the order will now be the 6th spot. Dario Pisano into the game at first base.
Fans, Wake Forest Baptist Health offers a full range of orthopedic and sports medicine care for all ages. They're proud to be the official team doctors of the High Point Rockers. They can help keep you moving with same or next day appointments and extended hours for your convenience. Call 336-718-WAKE, 336-716-WAKE, or visit wakehealth.edu/sportsmedicine to schedule an appointment. Wake Forest Baptist Health, go where the athletes are.
Dalton Geekie pitched an inning and 2/3 on Friday in this series, makes appearance number 8, has thrown 8 innings, 3.38 ERA, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, opponents hitting .343 against him. Stuart Levy comes up from the right side, doubled home a run back in the 4th inning to tie this whole thing up. Rockers have scored 6 unanswered after being down 3-0. Geekie delivers the first pitch of his outing. Fastball at the knees, called strike 1. Geekie brings it a little harder than Sam Burton. Sam Burton's fastball tops out at 89. Dalton Geekie's fastball averages about 89 miles an hour. So a little bit harder, comes in a little faster. 3 in the inning for High Point. 6-3, bottom 5. The pitch. Fastball low, 1-1. The pitch. Fastball low. DeLuca blocks it up. Everyone stays put.
Even though Arroyo does not get credit for reaching base in terms of on-base percentage, this is the second time this game where the Rockers have had 4+ consecutive hitters reach base.
2-1 the count. That's the big thing with this team. They are able to score in bunches, which we saw last night. That helps them out.
3 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
And that's the big number right there. The pitch, fastball way up and inside. Levy simply picks up the irons, backs out of the way, 3-1. It seems like this team's turned a corner offensively. The runs are starting to come a little bit in more bunches. The hitting's becoming a little more timely. The runs being put up on the board a little bit more. It seems like they've turned a corner. Geeky sets at the belt. Big deep breath, delivers to Levy. Fastball low, ball 4, and they're all loaded up for Giovanni Alfonso.
That's 6 consecutive batters on base now for the Rockers, and I think yesterday had something to do with it. The team had kind of started to turn a corner, but yesterday really, I think, lit a fire under them, and this team has come out blazing today.
There always seems to be a thing in baseball. Whenever a team gets into a big brawl, there's a coach getting ejected, it kind of brings the guys together in a way that maybe other parts of the ball game don't. This might be exactly what this team needs after a 4-game losing streak. Pitch to Alfonso. Called strike, fastball outside corner, 0-1. Rockers up 6-3, 1 out. Bottom of the 5th inning. Trejo at third, Arroyo at second, Levy at first.
What Alfonso needs is a base hit here, both for the team and for confidence.
0 for 2 on the day. Pitch from Geeky. Swing, popped foul behind home plate, out of play. 0-2. Alfonso last at bat popped out to the catcher, Joe DeLuca, on what was a weird attempted bunt that went awry. And instead of putting it on the ground in the turf, went straight up in the air. It was an easy out for DeLuca. Pitch from Geeky. Fastball high, 1-2. I don't know if you've seen the same thing. I don't think Dalton Geeky has thrown anything but a fastball this entire series.
I agree with you. And also, I think you could watch about a full 30-minute television program in between each pitch.
Geeky comes with a slow set, starts crouch, now stands straight up. Looks at home, deep breath, kicks, fires. Swing, pop up in the infield. Foul territory. Pisano racing towards the dugout. Here comes DeLuca. They collide. Making the catch is Pisano. Trejo fakes running home. He'll stay put at third. 2 outs now for the 9th man to bat in the inning, Michael Russell. Bases loaded. Rockers up 6-3, bottom 5.
And the struggles for Giovanni Alfonso continue.
It has not been a kind week for Giovanni Alfonso.
It has not.
Has not reached base in the last 3 games. Has not been hit in the last 3 games as well. Michael Russell comes up to the plate now. Right side, 0 for 3 today. All 3 of his outs have been flyouts to left field. Pitch from Geeky. Swing, line drive, curving foul down the left field line. Ducks down into the bullpen. Count goes to 0-1. Michael Russell, something about him in the left field today. They've had a magical moment. 0-1 the count, 2 outs, bases loaded, 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Blue Crabs, 6 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error for the Rockers on a day where offensive has exploded across the Atlantic League. 2 of the 3 games that have finished, both teams in the games have ended with 10+ runs being scored. Geeky kicks and fires. Fastball low. 1 ball and 1 strike. This was after yesterday, in which every single losing team had scored 1 run and no team in the league scored above 5 runs. So the offense has come roaring back on a Sunday around the Atlantic League. It has for the Rockers as well. 6 runs today. They had 4 all of yesterday. Geekie kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, elevated fastball, 1-2.
It's as if all the collective offenses around the league went, oh no, we don't like that.
We can't let pitchers be that good. What is this, Major League Baseball? One and 2 the count, 2 outs. Rockers up 6-3. 3 runs in the inning. Geekie delivers. Curveball low and outside. Gets by DeLuca. Trejo comes home. The throw not in time. Cesar Trejo scampers home on a wild pitch. And the Rockers up 7-3. Moving up to second is Stuart Levy. Edwin Arroyo goes to third. Pitch a ball, count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
For the Blue Crabs, that was their second wild pitch of the game. And you think about it, 4 walks, 2 wild pitches, and a hit by pitch so far today for Southern Maryland pitching.
One of the interesting things going back to the offense is sort of waking up today. It seems that while Major League Baseball has been such a pitching-heavy league in 2021, the Atlantic League has really been a hitter's league.
And that's kind of traditionally the way it goes here, especially at Truist Point.
Especially the way the power alleys are concerned today. Pitch to Russell, swing, popped foul, first base side out of play. Count stays at 2-2. Obviously, there are the big seasons in the Atlantic League with the Telvin Nash 30 home run season, but for a league on the East Coast, you usually don't see maybe the run scoring that you usually do in the Atlantic League. It's not quite at Pacific Coast League levels, that's about 7, but it is about 5, 5.5. Geekie delivers to Russell. Fastball outside, ball 3, and Geekie one bad one away from loading him all up.
It was just about a bad one away there from another run coming in to score. Great job by DeLuca behind the plate, keeping that from going back to the backstop. It is a forgiving backstop here. The ball usually, if it hits off the cushion, Karem's a good ways back.
Geekie sets, delivers the payoff pitch, swing, ground ball, Blackstone backhands it, long throw to first in time, ends the inning. The Rockers send up 9 to the plate, score 4 runs, leave 2 straight. 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors, 2 runners left aboard. They're up 6-3 through 5. The Rockers have scored 6 unanswered. Craig Stenback on the mound. When we come back, the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Included in these seats is a POW NIAC, which will always unused in honor of those that have not come home. Please rise if you are currently serving or have served in our armed forces. Thank you for your service and thank you for your wireless responsive to our Israel line. So I will tell you a little management assistant our road line by sliding to iPhoneRockers.com. The iPhone Rockers would like to welcome B&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Thank you for supporting the Rockers and we look forward to seeing you again soon. The iPhone Rockers family would like to wish a happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. We have a special Happy Father's Day announcement for Stephen Cardullo from your wife Jessica and your twin girls Capri and Celine. Happy first Father's Day for Stephen Cardullo.
Top of the 6th inning, Rockers up 7-3 over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. They poured on 4 runs in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Punctuated by a couple of doubles, couple of RBI singles and a wild pitch that scored Cesar Trejo to take now a 7-3 lead over the Blue Crabs. They've scored 6 straight unanswered, and Dario Pisano, who started off the day as the DH, is now in at first base, faces Craig Stem to start off the 6th inning. A little bit of confusion cleared up in the bottom half of the inning. Alex Crosby is still in the ball game. He moves over to third base, first pitch of the inning. Curveball misses inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Michael Baca is now out of the game, so the 9th spot in the order is the pitcher spot. It's Pisano, Harris, and Collier to start off the 6th inning.
It's a true National League lineup now.
It is. Stem delivers. Fastball outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
A couple Rockers birthdays this past week that we need to say happy birthday to. Starting pitcher Luke Westfall had a birthday on Monday. Happy birthday to Luke. And Rockers pitching coach Billy Horn, bench coach Billy Horn, birthday today. So happy birthday to Billy.
Stem delivers. Fastball high and outside. Count goes to 3-0. Billy Horn turning 42. Big happy birthday to the first base coach, who always seems to lighten the energy wherever he walks around Truist Point. 3-0 the count. Rockers up by 4. The pitch, fastball. Called strike outside corner. 3-1.
A couple guys stretching in the Rockers bullpen. Nobody actively throwing right now as Craig Stem still under 70 pitches.
Stem delivers to Pisano. Down low, ball 4, and the Boston, Massachusetts native works to walk to start off the 6th.
That's the first time a leadoff guy has gotten aboard for Southern Maryland since the 2nd inning.
Brings up David Harris, 1 on, nobody out. Top of the 6th inning, Rockers up 7-3. Southern Maryland scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and since then the Rockers have reeled off 7 straight. 2 in the second, 1 in the fifth, 1 in the fourth, and 4 more in the 5th. Pitch to Harris. Fastball, called strike outside corner. All right, Kendrick, I think it's time. You were hyping up and saying how excited you were for your this day in baseball history, and now you got me excited.
I was actually just pulling it back up right now. Give me just a second.
2-step lead off of first from Pisano. Harris in from the right side. The pitch, big looping curve. Bites in the inside corner, called strike, 0-2.
All right, here we go. We got 2 of them today. This day in baseball history, presented by the International Marketing Centers. 1986. This is not the one I was excited about, but 1986. Bo Jackson signs with the Kansas City Royals to begin his baseball career.
Pitch from Stem. Curveball outside corner. Harris swings over it. Strike 3. For out number 1. That is strikeout number 3 on the day for Craig Stem. Brings up Zach Collier. Runner on, 1 out. Rockers up 7-3, top 6.
Of course, Jackson would later suffer a horrible injury with the Oakland Raiders and eventually come back and play baseball with the Chicago White Sox. But here's the fun one. This is the one I was excited about. 1997. Aaron Boone is called up by the Cincinnati Reds to make his major league debut. Do you know who they sent down that day?
I thought this was the kicking ball story. The
No.
pitch. Fastball inside, clips the back heel of Collier, flips the bat back towards the dugout. Puts runners on first and second for Alex Crosby. With 1 out here in the 6th.
So the Reds call up Aaron Boone this day, 1997. To make space for him, they send down older brother Brett Boone to AAA. Talk about an uncomfortable family situation.
I'm sure Thanksgiving dinner was fantastic that year.
Now adding Alex Crosby.
Alex Crosby walks up for the left side. 1 for 2 today. Single in the second, struck out in the 4th.
On the bright side, you can leave the nameplates the same in the locker room. They just say Boone on it.
Give him the same jersey. That's demoralizing. Runner at first, runner at second. 1 out here in the 6th. Dem delivers. Swing, line drive, left field line, curving foul into the Southern Maryland bullpen. 0-1. And credit Stan Clyburn for moving around everybody. Pisano and Crosby, with them being able to stay in the ball game, puts the pitcher spot 9th and gives Dalton Geekie an opportunity to pitch 2 innings. You saw Geekie go an inning and 2/3 on Friday. Pitch from Stem. Swing, ground ball, foul. just outside of home plate. Count it, no balls and 2 strikes with 1 out.
And we could also close the book on Sam Burton. 4 1/3, 8 innings, or check that, 8 hits, 7 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, and a home run.
ERA, which is already at 8.31, will not be going down after this start.
9.87 now.
Craig Stem's ERA now at 9.26 after starting the day at 10.5. 0-2 the count, 1 out, 2 on. Rockers up 7-3. The pitch. Swing, ground ball, first base side, Downs backhands it, bobbles it, drops it, picks it up, throws to first, not in time. A wild and adventurous play for Jerry Downs, and with an error in the bases loaded for Joe DeLuca.
Now that's a tough one for the Rockers now. It puts them in the bases loaded situation with just 1 out where there should have been 2. And then it's going to extend Craig Stem's inning and drive his pitch count up even more.
Bases loaded, 1 out, Joe DeLuca at the plate, doubled in the second. Flied out to right field in the 4th, a ball that is about 10 or so feet away from getting out of here. DeLuca represents the tying run, 7-3 the score, top of the 6th inning. Rockers have reeled off 7 straight unanswered runs after the Blue Crabs took a 3-0 lead in the second. Pitch from Stem. Fastball low. Levy scoops it up. 1 ball and no strikes.
Great block there by Levy to not only catch the ball on a hop, but to pop quickly up to keep any runners from getting too adventurous.
We've mentioned throughout the season the run expectancy in certain situations. The run expectancy here is about a 1.5 with 1 out. So if you're the Rockers, you want to just make sure nothing goes beyond what's sort of expected by the numbers. DeLuca, switch hitter from the left side. The pitch, swing, grounded right off the instep of that front foot. Count evens up, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, the corners playing about their normal position. The middle looking for that double play ball.
And I think in this situation, you're up by 4. You would love to trade it out for a run if it's at the corners. Up the middle, you obviously want to turn 2 and get out of the inning. Outfield playing straight up, not too deep, not too shallow. Just about regular positioning. Crosby off first, Collier off second, Pisano off of third. Will Decker on deck, pitcher spot in the hole. We talked about how good of an idea it was for Stan Clyburn to bat the pitcher 9th. That might come back to haunt him. The pitch from Stem. Fastball low in the dirt, gets by the legs of Levy. Scampering home is Pisano, no throw. And everybody moves up 90 feet on what looks like it might be a pass ball.
I don't think
Stuart Levy.
I don't think Levy realized the ball got past him. He dropped down to a knee and just held it there. I think he expected that he caught it in the glove or even just blocked it and knocked it in front of him.
He didn't. The last place you expect the ball to go through as a catcher is the 5 hole. And that's exactly where it went through. Just squeaked through the legs. He didn't realize it, which led to Dario Pisano easily scoring, and it's now a 7-4 ball game. Runners on second and third, 1 out, and that takes away the double play. They will credit it as a wild pitch. Just a tough play there for Stuart Levy. Pitch from Stem. Swing, fouled straight back and out of play. Count stays at 2-2.
And it was not a bad pitch necessarily. It was a good curveball trying to see if you could get the hitter to chase it, DeLuca, but
that's one of those tough plays where your glove, you think it gets down, and then it ever so slightly squeaks under it. And you just sit there looking like an idiot. You're like, oh, the ball is not there. It happens. It's one of those weird, funny things, the catcher, that you just look after and sort of laugh at. 2-2 pitch from Stem. Swing, ground ball, foul into the Rockers dugout. Count evens up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wow. During my brief, not so great catching career of my Little League days and high school days, that would happen more than once.
I think Stewart will only be laughing at it if they get out of this inning still with the lead.
Stewart today does have an RBI. 1 run on the board. That's what matters. 7-4 the score. Top 6. 1 out. Runner at second, runner at third. Crosby at second, Collier at third. 1 run in the inning. Blue Crabs don't have a hit here in the 6th inning. Walk, hit by pitch, error, and wild pitch, bringing home a run. DeLuca chokes up in the tan bat. Teal batting gloves. Stem delivers. Swing, fly ball, foul out of play down the third baseline. Count stays at 2-2.
It was a very odd-looking swing by DeLuca. It looked almost as if a hand slipped off of the bat early, and now he's adjusting his gloves and kind of making sure that won't happen again.
You ever wondered, Spider Tack has been so much in the news in baseball. You ever wonder what Spider Tack would do if you used that instead of pine tar?
You'd be running down to first base with the bat stuck on your hand.
Did you get the bat unstuck out of your hands? 2-2 the count, 1 out, Stem delivers. Swing, looping fly ball right field. Cardullo under it, back to third is Collier. Cardullo makes the catch. Collier tags. Cardullo rifles home. Downs cuts it off, and Collier stays at third base. Took about 4 steps down the line and then stopped. Maybe a missed opportunity there for the Blue Crabs. Stays at 7-4, 2 outs.
Well, that's an interesting situation because that ball not hit exceptionally hard, and it was fairly short, but Cardullo does not have the strongest arm of the Rockers outfielders.
But even then, you almost think it's a 7-4 ball game. Scoring that run is a lot more important than getting thrown out at the plate.
On deck is Jake Luce in the pitcher spot.
First pitch to Decker, fastball down and low. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Will Decker today 0 for 2, RBI ground out to second. Back in the second inning. Made things a 3-0 ball game.
Left-hander Carlos Diaz up in the bullpen for Southern Maryland.
Pitch from Stem. Swing and a miss. Got him on a sword on a pitch down low, and a great block there from Stuart Levy. Count goes to 0-2. And that's the part of Stuart Levy's game that Jamie Keefe and the Rockers coaching staff loves. Whether or not the bat's there at the end of the day for in Levy's circumstances is just an added bonus considering how good he is on defense. A pitch that bites in the dirt, probably a foot in front of home plate in the turf, that has a lot of bounces we've seen today. Levy eats it up like it's nothing. Runners at second and third. 0-2 the count, 2 out. Stem delivers. Swing, ground ball to Arroyo. Backhands it. Spinning, throws to first, wide. Downs can't get the tag. Comes off the bag. And it's an RBI single from Will Decker. Edwin Arroyo almost had the play of the year up the middle.
That will go as a unearned run on the ledger for Craig Stem, as the Downs error earlier in the inning would have already gotten him out of the frame.
Michael Baca would be coming up. This is now turned into the pitcher spot, the 9th spot in the order. So Jake Luce comes off the bench, the lone left-handed batter on the bench today for the Blue Crabs.
This should be Stem's last inning as he's approaching 90 pitches, but the bullpen's silent as Jamie Keefe is showing his faith in the veteran right-hander to get out of this inning.
7-5 the score. Top 6, 2 outs. The pitch, fastball, misses off the outside corner, 1-0. Michael Baca's day ends after going 0 for 2. 0 for 5 in the last 2 games after a 3 for 3 night to start the series on Friday. Stem checks towards first. Runners in the corners. The pitch. Swing fouled straight back. 1-1.
Right-hander quickly getting up, though, in the Rockers bullpen. It's Joe Johnson.
And Johnson hasn't pitched in a couple of days. We saw him at the tail end of the Lexington series. Pitched in game 3 of the series. It's back on Thursday. Pitched a third of an inning, gave up 1 run on 2 hits.
His first run allowed this year.
First of the pro career. The pitch, swing, line drive back up the middle off of Stem. Arroyo gloves it, flips to second in time to end the inning. And Stem, it looks like it just went off the glove, so he's okay. Points to the inside of the glove, which means everything's okay. 7-5 the score. Southern Maryland gets 2 runs on just 1 hit, 1 error, 2 runners left aboard. Through 5.5 at Truist Point. Back after this, Rockers coming to bat. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
And extended hours for your convenience. Call 336-716-WAIT or visit waithealth.edu/sportsmedicine today. The schedule and appointment. Wake Forest Baptist Health. Go where the athletes go. Guilford Technical Community College offers a great education while offering quality, affordability, and support. Choose GTCC, choose success. Learn more at www.gtcc.edu today.
Part 2, featuring the Platinum Band, and this time we're gonna get funky. Funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, clap, clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now we're gonna do the basic step. To the left. Take it back there, y'all. One out this time. Right foot, left foot. Left foot, left foot. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it up. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One out this time. Right foot, left foot. Left foot, left foot. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky.
Blue Crabs have cut into the deficit just a little bit. Now a 7-5 ball game, bottom of the 6th inning here at Truist Point. Javic Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Thanks so much for joining us. It's James McOwen, Stephen Cardullo, and Jerry Downs up to face the new man, the only left-handed pitcher on the Blue Crabs roster, Carlos Diaz. As Dalton Geeky's day is over after 2/3 of an inning. 1 walk, no strikeouts, no hits, no runs in 16 pitches.
Carlos Diaz, a guy who's been fantastic out of the bullpen for the Blue Crabs. This is his 9th appearance of the year, a 1.35 earned run average in 6 2/3 innings. No walks, 6 strikeouts, 1 home run allowed, and opponents hitting a measly 160 off of him.
James McOwen comes up for the lefty-lefty matchup here to start off the bottom of the 6th inning. We talked about in the top half of the 6th inning how Stan Clyburn, first pitch, fastball low, 1-0. How Stan Clyburn was trying to really maneuver everything around and make sure that Dalton Geeky could go more than just 2/3 of an inning. Only problem is the Blue Crabs sent up 7 to the plate. Pitch, fastball, called strike on the outside corner, 1-1.
And this is the situation where you want to use Diaz, where 3 of the first 4 hitters this inning are all left-handed in the middle part of the Rockers lineup.
Pitch, fastball, inside corner, called strike, 1-2. Stephen Cardullo is the man on deck. He's the only right-handed batter out of the first 4 in the inning. Goes lefty, righty, lefty, lefty. It's a smart move by Clyburn, bringing the lefty. The pitch, fastball, outside. Count evens up 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Remember, the way the rule works now, you have to pitch to a minimum of 3 hitters. Unless either A, the end of the inning comes first, or an injury. So in this situation, he has to face 3.
Pitch from Diaz, swing, fly ball, left field line in foul territory. Crosby going out towards the bullpen. Makes the catch running with his back towards the infield. Retires McOwen. Out number 1 here in the 6th. McOwen goes to 0 for 4. Brings up Stephen Cardullo, who's 2 for 4 today. Carlos Diaz pitched a 1/3 of an inning in game 1 of this series. Faced a single batter through 6 pitches and got Logan Moore to fly out to left. Stephen Cardullo extended his hitting streak to 6 games, which is a season high for him because he's only played in 6 games this year. Pitch from Diaz, swing, tit black in and out of the glove of DeLuca, 0-1. Cardullo's been a treat to watch. 2 for 3 today, single and a double, halfway to the cycle. The average now at 435, the OPS now at 1.152.
He struggled a little bit in the field, but offensively, he's been everything the Rockers could have hoped for and more.
Diaz delivers, curveball misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
This will be the last chance Cesar Trejo will get to bat this inning if the Rockers can get to him.
The pitch, swing, fouled straight back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We mentioned it in the top half of the inning. Joe Johnson in the bullpen for the Rockers, last pitched on Thursday, the final game of the series against the Lexington Legends.
Johnson's a guy who could potentially go 2 innings if they wanted to have him hit for himself.
Depends on how much this lead gets to for the Rockers, but why not? The pitch, fastball low, and Luca blocks it up, takes it off the shoulder.
Well, and again, you also have to think, especially with Logan Moore unavailable as he was selected by the Phillies, this bench is not exceptionally deep in terms of number of bodies on the bench.
2-2 the count, 1 out, nobody on. Rockers up 7-5, bottom of the 6th inning. Game 3 of a 3-game set against the Blue Crabs. Rockers took game 2, Blue Crabs took game 1. Rockers looking for the series victory. Looking for win number 2 on the week. The pitch, swing, fly ball, left field, oh baby! Hibbert back at the track, gone! Home run number 2 for Steven Cardullo, and it's 8-5 Rockers here in the 6th. There's not StatCast in the Atlantic League, but that thing went no less than 410 feet. Cardullo crosses home plate. Crosses up, points to the sky, kisses the wrist, gets some high fives from Jerry Downs. Big smile on his face. He comes back to the dugout. A 3-for-4 day for Steven Cardullo brings up Jerry Downs. 1 out, Rockers up 8-5.
And for Cardullo, his 24th career home run as a Rocker, and he's now 1 RBI shy of Hector Gomez for the all-time lead.
The pitch, swing, grounded behind home plate. No balls and 1 strike. Cardullo last year, 22 home runs in 138 games. He has 2 in 6, which lines him up for 20 home runs in 120 games this year. The pitch to Downs, swing, pop foul, third base side out of play, no balls and 2 strikes. His home runs have not been tiny per se. They have been some loud, long home runs. For Cardullo, home run number 2, RBI number 5. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Downs is down swinging. Out number 2 brings up Jared Mitchell.
And looking ahead, we're talking about the bench for the Rockers. It's effectively a 3-man bench right now. C.J. Farias, J.R. DiSarcina, and assuming that Joe Johnson comes in to pitch, that only leaves Randy Norris as the 3rd man on the bench.
And all 3 of them are righties. Randy Norris is the only one who's played more than a single season of professional baseball. The pitch, fastball, curveball outside. 1-0. 2 outs, nobody on. Rockers up 8-5. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Southern Maryland. 8 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Rockers. The pitch, fastball, low and away. 2-0.
If nothing else, maybe it gives the Rockers a little bit of a advantage with teams having to downsize rosters in a couple of weeks. The Rockers may already be more familiar with playing a man down.
They played with 25 guys all of last weekend. The pitch, fastball low. Count goes to 3-0.
And you wouldn't think it, but there is a big difference in terms of fatigue on guys and people having to play maybe a little bit more than they would with a 27-man roster. So potentially we could see the Rockers just a little bit ahead of the curve when the other teams have to downsize and players have to play more.
Pitch to Mitchell. Fastball, cold strike outside corner. Mitchell thought it was ball 4, whipped the bat back towards the dugout, and now takes the long step back to grab the bat. Count 3-1. Some gray clouds overhead here at Truist Point. It's been a cloudy day, but no rain to speak of, just passing the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast.
Luckily, the worst of it, as far as the coloring of the clouds, looks like it's already passed towards center field. It was over above us for a little while, but it looks to have moved on.
The pitch, swing, line drive, base hit, bounces down in left field. Hibbert comes over, Mitchell rounds first, thinks about going to second, puts on the brakes and hightails it back towards first. Ball comes back in. Mitchell, 2-hit day. Reaches with a single. He's now 2 for 2 with 2 walks. Brings up Cesar Trejo. What is most likely his last at bat. Runner on first, 2 outs. Rockers up 8-5.
Saves a man off of the bench, so it's a win-win for the Rockers here.
Trejo, 2 for 3 today. Single and a double. The pitch, fastball low. DeLuca has to stand up to catch it between the legs. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 runs in the top half of the inning for Southern Maryland made it a 7-5 ball game. The Rockers responded with one of their own. The pitch, fastball inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
And this is the 2nd time this week that Craig Stim exits the game in line for a victory.
The Rockers hoping the same thing doesn't happen the last time he put together a good start. The pitch, Swing, fly ball, left field. Trejo flips it. This one long gone, and the Rockers up 10-5. For Cesar Trejo, home run number 5 on the year. And for High Point, they have got all the runs back and more here in the inning. They've scored 3, have now a 5-run lead as Trejo crosses home, shouts a little bit towards the crowd, big old smile on his face, and it's a 10-5 ball game, 2 outs, bottom 6.
Well, for all the talk about Trejo struggling to hit it home, he has put that to bed in a dramatic way tonight. And, you know, after Trejo, he's the biggest smiler on that one, but the next person to smile the biggest, I think, has to be Craig Stim. Pitch
from Arroyo. Pitch to Arroyo, swing, fly ball, short center field. Collier coming in, bounces down in front of him. And a base hit for Edwin Arroyo. 4th time he's reached base today. He's 2 for 3 with 2 hits and an RBI. Brings up Stuart Levy, who is the 7th batter to hit in the inning.
Interestingly enough, of the 3 left-handers faced this inning, 1 for 3 is the result against Diaz, but the 3 right-handers have done the damage there with 3 hits so far. 3 for 3, the right-handers this inning.
So far this inning, Rockers have 4 hits, 2 home runs, and 2 singles. Pitch to Levy. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. 2 outs, Edwin Arroyo at first. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Blue Crabs. 10 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors for the Rockers. Pitch from Diaz. Levy lays off, ball low, 1-1. Rockers have scored 7 runs in the last 2 innings. They have sent what would now be 16 men to the plate. Pitch, fastball, misses high. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And Diaz, who came into the game with a 1.35 ERA, now sees it balloon to 4.91.
It has not been a pretty appearance for Carlos Diaz, to say the least. Fastball, outside. 3 balls and 1 strike now.
Feels like now he's almost tentative to throw a strike.
Win today for the Rockers would be their 11th, put them back above 500. Pitch from Diaz. Fastball inside, called strike, 3-2. After losing 4 straight games to start the week, a win would give them a 2-game winning streak to end the week. After getting swept by Lexington and losing game 1 in wild fashion to Southern Maryland, they gave up 6 runs in the 9th inning to blow a 7-4 lead and lost 10-7. Runner goes, the pitch, swing popped up, foul territory behind home plate, gets out of play. Count goes to 3-2.
Would also be the Rockers' 4th series win of the year.
And somehow, just a 10-10 record, the Rockers have a chance to win their 4th series of the year in 5 tries. Check that, 6 tries. The series losses have been to Long Island and Lexington.
And a split to Gastonia.
The pitch, runner goes. Outside, ball 4. Brings up Giovanni Alfonso, the 8th man to bat, beginning Levy walks for the 2nd time in as many plate appearances. And Alfonso comes up 0 for 3 on the day, trying to break out of what's been a pretty lengthy slump with 2 runners on, 2 outs. Rockers up 10-5, bottom 6.
You said it, absolutely. Giovanni Alfonso this week, going back to Sunday's game at West Virginia, 1 for 23.
Hoping to turn things around here. 2 runners on for the Rockers. They've scored 3 already in the inning off of 2 home runs from Steven Cardullo and Cesar Trejo. The pitch, fastball, outside corner, called strike 1.
Looks like Matt Latos up in the bullpen for Southern Maryland.
Latos, the 6'6", 245-pound behemoth who throws 92 out of the bullpen. The pitch, swing, line drive foul down the first base line. Count goes to 0-2, and Giovanni Alfonso no more than a foot or so away from getting that 2nd hit of the week.
When it rains, it pours. He was robbed on a couple of hard hits yesterday. Just a little bit of unfortunate placement there, robbing him from a chance today.
0-2 the count, 2 outs. Rockers are up 10-5 here in the 6th inning. Diaz sets, delivers. Swing, pop fly, foul, first base side out of play.
Another thing about today's game, although so far it's not come to hurt them in a fatal manner, the Rockers' streak of consecutive games with an error or without an error has come to an end. They've made 2 today.
0-2 the count, 2 outs, 2 on. The pitch, fastball up high, 1-2.
Just a reminder, this is a presentation of High Point Rockers Baseball on the Rockers Baseball Network. Any rebroadcast or retransmission of these events without the express written consent of the Rockers and the Atlantic League of Professional Baseball is strictly prohibited.
0-2 pitch from Diaz. Swing fouled back off the bat of Alfonso. Count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Alfonso on the day 0 for 3. Michael Russell on deck is 0 for 4. The only 3 Rockers that don't have hits are 9, 1, and 2 in the order. Alfonso, Russell, and McGowan.
Those last 2 are some of the last ones you'd expect to go hitless.
They're combined 0 for 11 today. The pitch, fastball way inside, backs Alfonso off the plate. Count evens up 2-2.
Joe Johnson is warming up, has been slowed to a crawl here this inning as he has deemed himself ready to go and just tossing the occasional one to bullpen catcher, bullpen coach Albert Gonzalez.
Matt Latos continues to get warm in the Blue Crabs pen. Pitch from Diaz. Swing and a miss. Fastball way outside from Alfonso. And Matt ends the inning, but not before Steven Cardullo and Cesar Trejo lift off into orbit. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors, 2 runners left aboard, and the Rockers have blown this thing wide open. They've outscored Southern Maryland 10-2 since the bottom of the 2nd inning. We head to the top of the 7th where Kendrick Fruits, your play-by-play win, and we return to the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Top of the 7th inning, Craig Stim's evening done after a very, I'll call it a gutsy performance. It was not his best, but he pitched gamely without some of his best stuff, and his line 6 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, a walk, and 3 strikeouts.
Best thing is, when you allowed 5 runs, your offense scores 10, it's a pretty good day.
Take that and run any day. Joe Johnson out of the bullpen for the Rockers, and Johnson will face the top of the lineup, Hibbert, Blackstone, and Pisano. Rockers on top, 10-5, top of the 7th. Johnson's first pitch out of the bullpen, roped to Hopper to Alfonso. It short, fires across, and there's one away.
Johnson on the year in his first professional season was a college pitcher about 6 weeks ago. Appearance number 9, 8 innings pitched, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, opponents hitting 185 against him with a 1.13 ERA. Not bad for having your first professional season come in the best independent league in the world.
The hitter is Blackstone, takes a fastball called strike. Blackstone on the day is a double and a run scored, is 0 for 2 otherwise. And Johnson set. That one down low, spiked, and the count is 1-1. Well, if the Rockers can continue to maintain a comfortable lead, it allows Jamie Keefe to use some guys in the bullpen who either A, it's been a little while since they've thrown, or B, trying to work through some things, kind of like Nefi Agondo, or also potentially a new guy like Dylan Smith, get him another opportunity. Fastball from Johnson misses away, 2-1. Smith, I thought, was very impressive on Friday night in his Rockers debut, his professional debut.
He throws the ball hard, 94 miles an hour. It was impressive.
Johnson delivers the 2-1, again low, 3 balls and a strike. Rockers lead by 5. 8 of their 10 runs coming in the middle stanza of this ball game. And here's the 3-1, another fastball low, and it's a leadoff walk to Blackstone. And that marks the 4th time in 7 innings that the leadoff man has reached. Check that. That's actually the first out, or there was the second batter of the inning. So 1 out and a runner on first for Pisano. And that pitch misses, ball 1. After surrendering just 1 walk yesterday as a pitching staff, the Rockers have only walked 2 so far today. 1 by Stem and this one here by Johnson. That one roped into right field down the line, gets down, could be trouble. Cardullo cuts it off right in front of the warning track. The throw is going to be cut off. The throw to second now, the relay not in time, sliding just in under the throw is Pisano on a double. Blackstone goes to third. And with 1 out here in the 7th inning, Blue Crabs have something cooking. David Harris, the hitter, 0 for 3 today. And Johnson finding himself in a little bit of trouble. Harris leading the team with 4 home runs, but the average a little less than desirable at 164. Rockers infield playing back here, just looking for the out. They'll gladly give up the run to get out number 2. Fastball down low. That's 1 ball, no strikes. Johnson has been missing low this inning when he does miss. Ryan Chafee now running down to the bullpen, glove in hand, as Frank Viola comes out to have a quick word with Johnson. Chafee, like I said, I'm going to start calling him Mr. Rubber Arm. He's a guy that you can literally just about throw out every day.
He really is. The interesting thing with David Harris, and something I've been looking at the last couple of days, the 14 runs batted in is a lot. The 172 average is not good at all. The reason is 5 of his 11 hits this year have come with runners in scoring position. He's hitting .318 with runners in scoring position. And outside of that has just 6 hits in his other 45 at-bats.
In other words, he's got the clutch G.
Yeah, but apparently not the regular hitting G. It's only when guys are in scoring position.
Well, he finds that situation now. Runners on second and third. 1 out is, looks like also Brian Clark starting to throw in the bullpen. And here's the pitch from Johnson. Harris pops this one up and out of play, straight overhead. Count 1-1.
Clark would be on 1 day's rest, but it really would be more like 4 days rest, considering Clark pitched all of 18 pitches in a third of an inning.
He got shelled, though, to the tune of 6 runs and ended up leaving the game after taking a line drive to the leg. The 1-1, crushed foul down the third base side. That one is going to leave the ballpark.
But if you're Brian Clark, you have not pitched since Tuesday in your mind, because the way pitchers work, when there's a bad start, it's sort of a flush it, forget it ever happened sort of thing.
Might be a little harder when there's a bruise on your leg, though.
He seems to be up and walking and okay. That's what matters.
So the reason Ryan Chafee grabbed his glove and ran out there is because he is guarding Albert Gonzalez. He's not actually warming up, as Harris fouls this one off towards the bullpen of Southern Maryland, and a nice backhanded stab there by Grafer Uregua down there for Southern Maryland. Gold glove in the Atlantic League for a pitcher. Does it count if you're making nice backhanded plays down at the bullpen?
It could.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 runners in scoring position for the Blue Crabs. Johnson's fastball breezing in on Harris. He's got to slide up out of the way. We count 2-2. Clark very much wanting to prove that Friday was a mirage of sorts, not a standard thing. He was an all-star in 2019, and up until Thursday it pitched like it. As that one ripped up the middle. 1 run comes in to score. They're waving around Pisano as the throw comes to second, and it's a 2-run single for David Harris. He talked about his hits coming with runners in scoring position. Well, there is a picture-perfect example as the Blue Crabs cut into the lead of the Rockers. It's now 10-7.
I think you had mentioned this back in the 3rd inning. The Rockers today need to get the offense going and score a lot of runs, because the bullpen's been hit or miss lately, and you don't want to put something like that in jeopardy.
And Jamie Keefe, sensing just that, is going to go to the bullpen here. Brian Clark will be getting the call out of the bullpen, and so Joe Johnson, a quick outing here at the top of the 7th inning, recording just 1 out. He's also responsible for the runner at first base, and Brian Clark will be coming in. We'll step aside when we come back. We'll get you all caught up on Brian Clark's numbers this year. The Rockers lead by 3 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Brian Clark taking his last warm-up tosses, relieving Joe Johnson, who had a rough outing. We'll close his book here shortly, but Brian Clark, who had a fantastic start to the year, just got roughed up a little bit on Friday, but looking to bounce back in a big way today.
Brian Clark on the season, 0-1, 9.45 the ERA. This is appearance number 8. 6 2/3 innings pitched, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. Opponents batting .387 against him. The thing is, 6 of the 7 earned runs allowed came on Friday against Southern Maryland. So we talked about Craig Stem bouncing back. This is a bounce back appearance right now for Brian Clark.
And he will start it off with lefty Zach Collier. Again, 2 runs come across for Southern Maryland this inning. They have a 10-7 Rockers lead, 1 out and a runner on first base. That is David Harris. Clark delivers first pitch. That's down low. Bluffing as if he was going to second was Harris, and Levy jumped up ready to throw accordingly, but I think teams are learning very quickly not to run on this, I was about to say catching duo of Moore and Levy, but now it's Stuart Levy.
Zach Collier and Alex Crosby, the only two to not face Clark on Friday.
1 ball and no strikes. Clark holds the set, now delivers fastball away, 2-0.
I think that's what you want to hope with here. Hope he gets Collier and Crosby out, because those are the only two guys that haven't faced him. The rest of the order teed off against him. Single, double, home run, another single. Hoping it's quick work here for Brian Clark. Nice little bounce back outing.
The 2-0. Fastball fouled off, and the count 2-1. For the Rockers now, with Stuart Levy sliding into the starting catching role, only other catcher listed on the roster, C.J. Farias, who has not seen a whole lot of game action this year.
Though we have heard there have been rumblings of Steven Cardullo as an emergency backup catcher.
Would not be surprised, though, if the team was also looking at some outside options, if there are any available. We've heard many times of Jamie Keefe just saying there's not that many guys right now. Fastball up and in at the head of Collier, 3-1.
Today's trivia question answer brought to you by Bethany Medical Center. Your health is our concern. The question was, in 2018, who was the highest drafted player out of an HBCU, a historically black college and university? The answer is Randy Norks out of Winston-Salem State, was the first selection out of an HBCU in the 2018 draft.
The 3-1 runner goes. That one is cranked high and foul, and the count goes full. I believe it looks like maybe Harris might have pulled something. He looks very odd jogging back to first base. Did not look comfortable coming back from second.
It also might have been because he just ran 90 feet really hard and has to go all the way back. It's kind of disappointing. It's also a very, very long strike off the bat of Zach Collier.
But it's a strike nonetheless. Now Clark looking for the strikeout pitch. First a check over to Harris at first. Could also be, and I know this from umpiring kickball, you get those little pellets in your shoes. It feels a little uncomfortable down there. Full count to Zach Collier, runner on first base. Rockers lead by 3. Clark delivers 3-2 off speed, just got a piece of it to Collier and stays alive. Harris having some words with Edwin Arroyo. He was very lighthearted in nature, but heads back to first base now. It's good to see. It looks like the tensions from yesterday haven't really carried over. And not distracting from the fact this has been a fairly competitive ball game. Southern Maryland, you got to give them a lot of credit for getting back into this game. Clark's 3-2 up high, ball 4. And so now 4 consecutive Blue Crabs have reached base, and that'll bring up Alex Crosby, who's got a single in 3 trips.
Now batting Alex Crosby.
Switch hitting Joe DeLuca will be on deck. Looks like Matt Latos is more or less finished throwing in the bullpen. Clark looking in, hoping to get a double play ball to get out of this inning. First pitch in there for a strike. Count 0-1 to Crosby. Crosby started the game at first base, has shifted over to third. Clark comes set. Here is the 0-1. Fastball up head high, and Crosby ducks back out of the way. Count 1-1. Clark's fastball's been missing up and in the last couple of hitters. And here is the pitch. Goes off speed, and that's down low. And they count 2-1. Actually, again, it's kind of hard to see from that distance, but it looks like the guy in the bullpen now is not Latos. He was up and throwing earlier, but that is not him now. And here is the 2-1. Off-speed pitch again, trying to get Crosby to bite. He did not, and it's ball 3. And the bullpen now, I believe that is Patrick Baker. We saw a little bit yesterday.
We saw him 2 nights ago. We got the win actually on Friday.
2 nights ago, that's right. He came in relief of that game that Barker started. Heading out to go talk to Brian Clark is Stuart Levy, just trying to settle things down a little bit. Somebody stretching in the Rockers bullpen, nobody throwing, but it is another right-hander, and it's Max Povsey now throwing in the bullpen. Povsey's been hit by the home run bug a little bit this year as well. So to reset things for you, 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 runners on for Southern Maryland. Tying run at the plate, Rockers on top 10-7. Here's the 3-1, swung on, roped into center field. Mitchell dives, can't make the catch. What a fantastic effort by Mitchell. They're waving a run around. Here comes the throw to Arroyo. The strong throw home to Levy, not in time. A run scores on the base hit from Alex Crosby. Harris came around to score, Collier to third. Crosby goes to second on the throw. And an amazing effort by Jared Mitchell, who's just now getting up. Laboring effort by Jared Mitchell. A fantastic effort. And it would have been the play of the year, I think, had Jared Mitchell made that catch.
Officially closes the line on Joe Johnson. 3rd of an inning, 2 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 1 walk, no strikeouts, throws 14 pitches.
So the hitter now, Joe DeLuca, 1 for 3 today with a double. The tying run now stands at second base, and all of a sudden, what looked like a sure thing in Craig Stem's first victory of the year, now very much in jeopardy. Clark's pitch to DeLuca, down low, ball 1.
On the bright side, the Rockers still have 2 more chances and 3 more chances to put some runs up on the board. They're hoping it's just 2 chances. They need outs right now, though.
What an effort from Jared Mitchell out there. And the ball looked like it was in his glove for a second and then just kind of rolled out. He had to go full extension on it. Off-speed pitch, a called strike on the outer part of the zone, 1-1. It's about the lightest we have seen the sky here at Truist Point today. Still some dark clouds in the vicinity, but overall we've been fortunate today. Fastball, big swing and a miss, 1-2. Brian Clark challenged him up high, and DeLuca was not able to meet said challenge. Runner at third base is Collier. Tying run at second is Crosby. Brian Clark 1 strike away from a big second out this inning. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, he got it. A big second out for Brian Clark. And that'll bring up the struggling Will Decker. He's got a hit in 3 trips today, but on the season for the Southern Maryland second baseman, hitting just 135.
Big thing, though, that single last at-bat was a real hard hit ball back up the middle.
Another lefty-lefty matchup here for Clark. First pitch, off-speed swing and a miss. Decker swinging out of his shoes on a pitch out of the zone, and the count 0-1. If Clark can get out of this, it would not be his cleanest inning, but it would be a big one for him nonetheless.
As long as the Rockers come out without this thing tied, it's a win. I think that's how you got to look at this appearance right now.
Here's the pitch, fastball up high, 1-1. Clark takes a look in, gets the sign from Stuart Levy, and comes set at the belt. The 1-ball, 1-strike pitch to Decker. Fastball, and it's low, 2-1. With a right-hander on deck, almost got to think that this is Clark's last hitter either way. Timeout called. Stuart Levy heading out to have a quick word with Clark. Giovanni Alfonso, the shortstop, saddles up to be part of the conversation. Looking ahead again this week, the Rockers head to West Virginia to take on the Power Tuesday and Wednesday. Wednesday's a doubleheader. We'll be there with you. Catch the Rockers games on MixLR this week. The team heads to Lexington. You'll be able to catch those games on MixLR as well. The Rockers hoping to hold off the Blue Crabs today and go into this road trip with a little bit of momentum. You got to circle that Lexington series as being absolutely pivotal as we get to the midway point of the first half of the year. Off-speed pitch missing in, 3 balls and a strike now.
I think more important than that Lexington series is taking the series today. If you blow another 5-run lead in 3 days,
that's demoralizing.
Exactly. You really want to make sure you get this win, get out of here okay, and able to take things into next week.
Povesi's ready to go in the Rockers bullpen. I think we see him here after this hitter. The 3-1, tapped weakly in front of the mound. Clark, bare hands, fires to first. It's a high throw. It gets away. 1 run comes in to score. A second comes in to score. Decker legs into second on the error by Brian Clark, and we are tied at 10. So for Clark, it's not the pitching that does him in, but his defense. And another tough one for Craig Stem as he is no longer going to pick up a victory. And Jamie Keefe heads to the pitcher's mound, and we will see Max Povesi when we come back. We're now tied at 10 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
I gotta go get some tissue, y'all. Hold on. I got it back.
We are still in the top of the 7th, tied at 10 now. The Rockers on their 3rd pitcher of the inning, as the Blue Crabs have put up a 5 spot. Max Povesi comes in relief of Brian Clark. Joe Johnson went a 1/3 of an inning. Clark went a 1/3 of an inning. Povesi now comes in to try to get the final 1/3 of an inning. They'll be facing the pinch hitter Jordan Scott. Scott on the year, hitting just 154, 4 for 26, with 2 runs batted in. The go-ahead run is Will Decker at second base. Sure looked like on that last ground ball to Brian Clark, he grabbed it kind of weird and almost looked like he threw a palm ball to first base and it sailed high of Jerry Downs.
Yeah, that was a weird sort of play. And now you've blown a 5-run lead. It's 10-10. You have to worry about getting one more out and then bridging the rest of this game because it's a save situation. And guess who's not going to be able to get into this game is Preston Gainey. He pitched last night. If he's not ready to go on back-to-back days, that gets this back end of the bullpen thin quickly.
Povsey's making his 8th appearance, a 6.14 earned run average. Home runs have been his Achilles heel this year. He's facing a guy in Jordan Scott, not necessarily known for a home run ball. Povsey looking for this final out. Swing and a miss, strike 1 on the first pitch. That is Patrick Baker in the bullpen for Southern Maryland, so he will be coming in the 7th, bottom of the 7th. Povsey takes a long look in, the tall right-hander, 6'8". And he delivers. Curveball stays away in the count 1-1. Rockers go from a 6'5" Craig Stem to Joe Johnson, who comes in at 6'0". Clark comes in at 6'3". Now you've got one of your 2 tallest guys in the lineup in Povsey. That pitch missing down 3-1. Check that, just 2-1. The big inning has bit the Rockers again this inning, or this week even. Happened a couple times against Lexington. Fastball from Povsey stays away, 3-1. And I think this top of the 7th inning is coming close to about 25 minutes or so.
This game started at 5 o'clock. We've almost reached the 8 o'clock hour, and we haven't even played 6.5 innings yet. It's been a high-scoring, wild one.
10-9-0 the line score for Southern Maryland, 10-12-3 for the Rockers. The defense has struggled again today. The 3-1 fouled off and the count goes full.
I'd say more the pitching has struggled. The back end of the pitching has struggled more than the defense. The 2 errors in the beginning half of the game didn't matter too much. The one from Clark obviously stands out, but 2 walks, a couple of singles, it's just a tough scene.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The count to Scott. Povsey's set. Here's the 3-2. And that's down at the feet of Scott, ball 4. I think it actually clipped him. Either way, he's heading down to first, but because it's a dead ball, Decker stays at second. So here's Matt Hibbert, who actually led off the inning. This is second at-bat of the 7th.
The 7th inning for the Rockers continues to be the Achilles heel. The 5 runs allowed today in the inning. They have allowed 29 runs in the 7th inning this year. They've allowed 115. So that means about a 5th of them have come in the 7th inning. Hasn't been kind.
First pitch to Hibbert. Fastball fouled down the third base side. Hibbert is 2 for 4 today. 0 for 1 this inning already. Rockers had a 4-run inning back in the 5th. Blue Crabs now 5 in the 6th, or in the 7th rather. Two on. Here's the 0-1 pitch down. They count 1-1. Feels like it's been so long ago that Greg Stem was in this ball game. As things have really slowed down in terms of pace. Here's the 1-1 curveball, well short, and a nice block there by Stuart Levy. And the count 2-1.
Maybe 30-minute half inning. That's what the number just hit.
Believe it or not, because of the rainout against Gastonia a couple of weeks ago, this is the first home Sunday game played at Truist Point this year. Both of them have been under threatening conditions, and the other one was shaping up to be a good pitcher's duel. There was no score after 3. Far from the case here today. Here's the pitch. Curveball again, and that one a called strike, and it's 2-2 to Hibbert. Two balls, 2 strikes. Fastball just off the zone, and the count goes full. So the Rockers have partially named their rotation for the West Virginia series. Luke Westfall gets the start in the series opener Tuesday. The doubleheader Wednesday, Ricky Knapp will get the ball in game 1, where he pitched his best game of the year last weekend. And they have not yet named a starter in game 2, while Bryce Hensley will return from his concert Tuesday to start at Lexington on Thursday. Runners go, the 3-2 is low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the Blue Crabs. They'll bring up Kent Blackstone, 1 for 3 with a walk and 2 runs scored. Well, if Rockers pitching can get out of this inning, they'll have the top of the lineup coming up in the bottom of the 7th. Bases loaded, tie game in the 7th. And Povsey's first pitch, missing away, ball 1. The ball strike ratio for Povsey right now, 13 pitches, only 4 strikes. Povsey very slow working on the mound today. The 1-0. That misses away, 2-0. Nowhere to put Kent Blackstone with a 2-0 count. The go-ahead run would come in to score. Rockers bullpen right now just Chafee, Gainey, Halbon, James, and Agondo. Looking at the guys that pitched yesterday as Levy goes out to the mound again.
Out of their last 4 games, they have now not been able to preserve a lead in 3 of them.
Chafee has pitched 2 days in a row, so he is most likely unavailable. Halbon threw yesterday, a nice bounce back for him. May or may not see him today. Agondo has been struggling this week.
Dylan Smith would be the last guy out of that bunch. Daniel James also someone who can come in there. At this point, you're just trying to find someone who can get out.
Not the way the Rockers envisioned this game going, especially when they jumped out to that 10-5 advantage just a little bit ago. That pitch swung on and hit high in the air to right field. Cardullo going back at the track, leaps, and it's gone. A grand slam for Kent Blackstone, his 4th of the year. And Southern Maryland now takes a 14-10 lead. And the home run ball bites Povsey yet again. Dario Pisano comes up as the 12th man this inning. For Blackstone, his 4th home run, his 11th RBI. 8, 9, 10, and 11. And that is 9 runs in the inning for Southern Maryland. Posey deals fastball, swing and a miss, strike 1. And this actually ties the record for the most runs allowed by the Rockers in franchise history. Last time they did it was against Southern Maryland last season, May 28th, 2019. Something about the Blue Crabs offense just has the Rockers numbers. That one misses for a ball and the count 1-1.
Ken Blackstone now has 5 runs batted in today. Now has 12 on the season. This is nuts.
The 1-1 down in the dirt, 2-1. Povsey's ERA is now jumped up to 9.82.
Final line for Brian Clark. We can close that with a grand slam. Third of an inning, no hit, 1 hit. 3 runs, 1 of them earned, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Throws 21 pitches.
Povsey's off-speed pitch way inside. Levy dives, can't get to it. It's 3-1. Povsey now 19 pitches, 6 strikes. This Rockers team that had only walked 1 through 6 innings has now walked 4 in the inning. Another fastball high, ball 4. And Frank Viola has just signaled for someone else to get up in the bullpen. Povsey does not have it today. Here is David Harris, the right fielder. Harris 1 for 4 today, 1 for 1 this inning. That pitch inside, ball 1, and it looks to be, yep, it is Dylan Smith warming up in the bullpen. Southern Maryland started this inning down 5. They now have a 4-run lead, a 9-run swing. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike, and the count 1-1.
Yeah, if you went to the bathroom or got dinner or decided to step away for an inning because the Rockers are up 5, you're a little shocked coming back to watching this one.
The 1-1, curveball, and again a strike, and the count 1-2. Taking his lead off of first is Pisano. And here's the 1-2 from Povsey. Curveball, swing and a miss, strike 3. But not before the Blue Crabs pick up 9 runs in the 7th inning, and the Rockers trail 14-10. Rockers Baseball on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Revolution, June 29th through July 1st at 7:05 p.m. Be sure to come and cheer on your High Point Rockers. We look forward to seeing you here. All right, Rockers Nation, help us in wishing Billy Horn, our bench coach, for the Rockers a very happy birthday. Happy 42nd birthday, Billy. Hey fans, please turn your attention to the Jumbotron as we present McDonald's 7th inning stretch. Their mission is to make delicious, feel-good food moments easy for everyone. Visit your High Point McDonald's today. Now let's join together in singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Bottom of the 7th inning. Patrick Baker coming in to relieve Carlos Diaz, who, get this, Diaz allowed 3 runs in 1 inning, and he's in line for the victory today.
That's what happens when your offense comes out and scores 9 runs in an inning.
Well, the Rockers have scored 4 in an inning already today. Their largest deficit they've overcome to win a game in 2021 is 3, so they would have to better that by 1. Now on the mound, Patrick Baker for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Second time the Rockers have seen him this weekend.
Baker on the year, 0-2, 3.66 the ERA. Took that 12 the ERA. This is appearance number 8. 6 innings, 7 walks, 8 strikeouts. Has not given up a homer, but has given up 12 hits to the tune of a 400 opponent's batting average.
And he will face the top of the Rockers lineup. It'll be Michael Russell, James McOwen, and Steven Cardulo. And hopefully the Rockers offense hasn't forgotten how to hit in that 40-minute layoff, because the last couple innings they were swinging it.
The offense has been heating up, and then all the momentum just got stopped by Southern Maryland. It was a wild inning, to say the least.
I wonder where that offense was in the Lexington series. Well, there's no wondering now. We know exactly where it is, as they've been playing fantastic. And look at this, too. When you look at their runners in scoring position number, technically 3 for 12, but they've still put up 10 runs today. And Baker's first pitch to Michael Russell, a fastball, strike at the knees. Smith continuing to throw in the Rockers bullpen. And here is the 0-1. Curveball to Russell, watches that drop in, strike 2. A couple of fans starting to leave here. I understand if you got things to do, but the way this offense is playing right now, this game far, far, far from over. The 0-2 to Russell swings, hits this one high in the air to shallow center field. Coming in is Collier, puts it away for out number 1. For Michael Russell, drops him to an uncharacteristic 0 for 5 day. And the batting average below 290. Here's James McOwen, also in danger of going 0 for 5 today. And here is the first pitch to James McOwen. And that misses outside, ball 1. Lost in all the shuffle when Jared Mitchell scored last inning. First the pitch to McOwen, spiked down in the dirt, and the count 2-0. When Jared Mitchell scored last inning, he tied Steven Cardulo and Tyler Ladendorf, who did it twice, to score 4 runs in a single game. And here's the pitch to McOwen, fouls it off weakly down the third base side, and the count 2-1. Again, in the bullpen for the Rockers, Dylan Smith, one of the newcomers. So the Rockers have 3 cracks at it. Here's 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. You don't need to get it all back in one, but the goal is to make it within reach in the 9th inning as McOwen hits a weak tapper back to first base, and taking it himself is Pisano for out number 2. And a very uncharacteristic 0 for 10 now from the top of the Rockers lineup, as Baker's had no trouble with the first 2 hitters in the lineup. There's Steven Cardulo now, 2 for 3 with a home run, a solo home run last inning. It's hard to believe that was just an inning ago. Off-speed pitch, check swing. They're going to say he went around. Cardulo just checking and saying, is it because I went around or was it the location? He seems satisfied with the answer given. The 0-1, a fastball down low, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. (14-10-0) the line score for the Blue Crabs, 10-12-3 for the Rockers. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. And here's the 1-1 to Cardulo. Big swing, fouls it off. The count 1-2. it feels like some of the energy has been zapped out of this ballpark, but with the offense the Rockers have, it just takes one or two big moments. As this team can snowball the hits. It's going to be tough sledding here with 2 outs, though, in the inning as that pitch misses down and the count 2-2. Baker set. And here is the 2-2 to Cardullo. Fastball hit on the ground up the middle. Making the play behind second as Decker bobbles it, and Cardullo will reach. So after a fly ball to center from Russell, a ground ball to first from McOwen, Cardullo reaches. We'll see how that's scored. I'm gonna guess it's an E4 from Decker. As it stands, though, Cardullo is at first base, and it's going to be scored. Looks like a base hit for Cardullo.
That'd be the first 4-hit day a Rockers had all season.
And that pitch down low gets away from DeLuca, but Cardullo does not advance. And that also ties the franchise high of 4 hits. No one has ever recorded a 5-hit game as a Rocker. There's Jerry Downs with a double today. He's also been hit by a pitch. It's been another productive on-base day for Downs. Here's the pitch from Baker, off speed down, in the count 2-0. Cardullo takes his lead off with first. 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Baker delivers the 2-0. A swing from Downs, and Weekly grounds it foul towards the Rockers on deck circle, where Jared Mitchell will grab it and toss it into the dugout. The right fielder, David Harris, playing Downs fairly deep. Probably a little deeper than center field and left fielder standing. And here's the pitch. Watching it for strike 2 is Jerry Downs in the count 2-2. So Dylan Smith about ready to come in for the Rockers. He'll be their 5th pitcher of the day, their 4th in the last 2 innings. And here is the 2-2. Baker holds the set, now delivers, spikes it, and it gets away from DeLuca again, but again, not far enough for Cardullo to advance, so the count full. Well, it was funny, we were kind of laughing at the Gastonia score earlier and just be like, oh, the high-scoring games are nuts, and all of a sudden we find ourselves in the middle of one.
Highest scoring game today was 18-13. Long Island was up 14-3 and then almost blew it, gave up 7 runs in the 9th inning.
The 3-2 to Downs, curveball, and it's inside. No! They're going to call strike 3 on one that looked and that Jerry Downs thought was inside. So it's strike 3 looking, and the Rockers go down in the 7th inning. They trail 14-10 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Tickets, merchandise, special events, and the memories of welcoming your Rocker into your home. Your summer will be one you won't forget. Visit highpointrockers.com for more information. We would like to thank B&H Heating and Air Conditioning for providing the baseball giveaway tonight. Rockers fans, make sure to stay after the game and have the opportunity to play catch on the field with your parents. All right, Rockers fans, it is time to dance. Show us your skills.
Top of the 8th inning. The Rockers go to the bullpen. It's Dylan Smith and Jamie Keefe desperately hoping that he does not have to use 3 pitchers to get through a single inning again. Povsey's line, a third of an inning. 3 runs, all earned on 3 hits, 3 walks, and a strikeout.
You throw in now, though, a hard-throwing right-hander in Dylan Smith, who was electric this season at Division II Belmont Abbey. Has thrown 1 inning, not even a complete inning, check that. This is appearance number 2, has thrown 2/3 of an inning, no walks, no strikeouts. The big thing for him, though, is a blazing fastball at 94 miles an hour.
I was extremely impressed with him when we saw him the other day. And the Rockers also making a defensive change. J.R. DiSarcina heads to shortstop and will replace Giovanni Alfonso. And, you know, usually we see DiSarcina as a, oh no, actually, Alfonso's heading to right field, so it looks like DiSarcina will be replacing Cardulo.
And that will be the move. Alfonso to right, DiSarcina to short. DiSarcina will come in for Stephen Cardulo, whose day is over after going 4 for 5, a triple shy this week.
That's very interesting. You wouldn't expect to see Cardulo come out. Well, obviously not speculating anything, but that just seems very odd to have him come out here.
It's also a Sunday game. He's played every game all week, and it's 14-10 late. Maybe want to shore up that defense and throw DiSarcina in there at short, get him some at-bats late in the game that the Rockers need some runs, but as of now, it's looking like this might be a little out of reach unless the offense can get something going.
DiSarcina's been swinging a good bat. Leading off is Zach Collier. Rips it. That's way out of here. Down deep into right field, into the construction, leaves the ballpark. And is now 15-10 on the first pitch that Dylan Smith throws tonight.
So maybe they're just getting Stephen Cardulo some rest.
I think that might be right.
My goodness, this is now 12 runs in the last 2+ innings for Southern Maryland.
And it's also now officially the most runs the Rockers have ever allowed in a ball game. The hitter, Alex Crosby, takes a fastball down and in, ball 1. Well, when you throw as hard as Dylan Smith throws, when you make contact, it goes a long way. Here's the pitch. That's down low. The count 2-0. The 2-0. A fastball misses away. Smith almost lost his hat in the count 3-0. Smith takes a long look in. And here's the pitch. Fastball, that's in there for a strike. So with DiSarcina in, the pitcher spot is due up second this inning. And the only guys left on the bench, Farias and Randy Norris. The 3-1 spikes it, ball 4. And that'll bring up Joe DeLuca. DeLuca 1 hit in 4 trips.
Now back to Joe DeLuca.
Well, this week has gone from bad to worse for the Rockers. You thought that maybe after yesterday they might be grabbing their footing a little bit. And then up to the middle stages of this game, thought the same, but things have gone south in a hurry. Here's the pitch. First pitch, DeLuca down low. Kind of looks like Smith's overthrowing a little bit, because he's missing a lot of pitches down.
It's his first week in pro ball, though. Sometimes that happens just with the nerves and whatnot of coming out and then allowing a massive home run. Sort of just calm yourself down.
fastball way outside. Count 2-0. Good job by Levy to even make that catch.
We did say on a scouting report of Smith, throws hard. There are points where he does not know where it goes, but he throws really hard. And that's the big thing. Can throw 94 and can dot it on the corner sometimes. It happens when you're young. Just sometimes let's get away from him.
2 balls, no strikes. Fastball again low, ball 3. For Smith, 9 pitches, 2 strikes. Rockers down 15-10. No, I'm not reporting a football score. Here's the 3-0. Fastball outside, ball 4. So a home run and 2 walks to start the inning for Southern Maryland. Stuart Levy comes out from behind the plate and says, settle down. The hitter, Will Decker. Decker 1 for 4. Will Decker, the strikeout victim, or the strikeout batter, who if he strikes out, fans will get a free small drip coffee. Is that pitch missing ball 1 from Dylan Smith.
What differentiates small drip coffee from large drip coffee? Is there such thing as large drip coffee?
As a person who doesn't drink coffee, I could not tell you.
What makes small drip coffee small drip? That is the question.
You know what? That's what we have Google for. The 1-0 pitch after Smith stepped off. Count still 1-0. And here is the 1-0 now. There's a fastball strike, 1-1. All right, here we go. The difference between espresso coffee and drip coffee is the finesse of the grind and the brewing time required.
The finesse?
I'm just quoting what I'm reading.
The finesse? Isn't that part of your Madden rating?
The 1-1, that's down low. The count 2-1. Well, I mean, you've got to grind the beans, so I'm sure, I guess.
Is finessing the beans a way to say grind the beans?
Two balls, 1 strike to Will Decker. The pitch from Smith, that's inside 3-1. And he's 1 bad one away from walking the bases loaded. Again, through 6 innings today, the Rockers had walked 1. In the last 2 innings, they have walked 7. 1 pitch away from 8.
The bad week for the bullpen continues.
The 3-1, there's one popped up and out of play down the left field side. Count goes full. And I believe in the bullpen is, yes, that is Daniel James. Well, with an off day tomorrow and the team getting an off day Thursday, I guess you can roll out the entire bullpen if necessary. We're certainly hoping it wasn't necessary, but
you could probably give Ricky Knapp a bullpen against live batters.
that one ripped on the ground just past a diving Alfonso, or Arroyo rather, a base hit as Alfonso throws it in. And the bases are loaded for the pitcher's spot. We'll see who comes in.
Now pitching, Josh McAdams.
This is going to be Josh McAdams, who played third base yesterday. Bases loaded. Still nobody out.
So now the only player left on the Southern Maryland bench is the switch hitting catcher, Jake Marshall.
Here's the first pitch of the at-bat from Smith. Curveball stays away, 1-0. Just a reminder of a couple things coming up. Is that off-speed pitch in there for a strike? 1-1. The next youth baseball camp, July 13th through 15th here at Truist Point from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Learn the game from your favorite Rockers players and coaches right here on the turf at Truist Point. For more information, go to highpointrockers.com or email info@highpointrockers.com. The 1-1, a weak swing and a miss, and the count is 1-2. Also, don't forget to register for Digging for Diamonds. That event will be held August 28th. Fans can register to win one of two prizes, each valued at over $2,000, including a set of diamond earrings or a diamond necklace. And there are 3 ways to register. One, register online at highpointrockers.com. The second one is by visiting the front office as that pitch inside, and the count 2-2. That's 303 Gatewood in High Point. Or entry forms available for our friends at Simon Jewelers at 1345 North Main Street in High Point. Registrations must be turned in by August 13th, although you can register at the ballpark the day of the event on the 28th. That pitch fouled off, and the count stays 2-2. Also, even though the Rockers are not in town this week, the Pitchin' Kitchen will still be open Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. until 2:15. Open for dinner 4:30 and 8:30. I would say that the top 2 things, in my opinion, Kel's Chicken and Waffles and the Sweet Music Burger, definitely can't miss fare at the Pitchin' Kitchen. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that's the first out of the inning. The bases remain loaded for the Blue Crabs. I'll bring up Matt Hibbert. Hibbert hit twice last inning. Hopefully for Dylan Smith, you get that first out of your way, and you can settle in a little bit. Fastball, and it misses ball 1. Smith throws so hard he lost his hat.
One last check of the Jenny Mara Cruise Planners Atlantic League scoreboard. Every other game today final, and 3 of the 4 games today have included both teams scoring 10-plus runs. West Virginia holds off a furious Gastonia comeback, 14-13 the final in Charleston.
Off-speed pitch, just got a piece of it, count 1-1.
Long Island holds off a wild comeback from Lancaster in the 9th inning. Lancaster entered the 9th inning down 18-6, scored 7 runs before falling 18-13. And in the low-scoring game of the day, York takes a series from the Legends, 6-5 the final.
So that means there's a chance here for the Rockers. They just need 5. Off-speed pitch down, and the count 2-1.
The only problem is you're probably seeing Matt Latos in the 9th inning. And he is as hard to get a run off of as they come in the Atlantic League. ERA just 0.1 runs above 1 in 2019.
The 2-1 off-speed pitch muscled off into foul territory down the first base side as Downs couldn't get to it. Looked like he was kind of shielded there by first base coach Joe Walsh. Tried to get out of Downs' way and ended up just in it. The count 2-2 now. Joe Walsh probably lucky that Jerry Downs didn't just bulldoze him. Jerry not a small guy. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the hitter Hibbert. And Smith delivers off speed away, and the count goes full. Start to see a little bit of light coloring down left field in the foul territory there. Swing and a miss. Foul tipping it actually into the glove of Levy for strike 3. And that's out number 2. That'll bring up Kent Blackstone, who had a grand slam last inning. Rockers down 5, 15-10. And here is the first pitch to Blackstone. Popped up in the infield. DeSarcina makes the catch for the final out of the inning. Another run comes in on a solo home run from Zach Collier. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning with the Blue Crabs on top by a score of 15-10 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Immediately after the game, again, 13 and up if you're around the bases, sections 114 and 115. The High Point Rockers would like to thank our corporate sponsors. We are grateful for their continued support and the generosity.
Bottom of the 8th inning, a new pitcher for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, number 37, Indris Briseño, replacing Patrick Baker, who went an inning, gave up a hit, and struck out 1.
Briseño on the year. This is appearance number 9, 2.25 the ERA in 8 innings pitched. 3 walks, 9 strikeouts, opponents hitting .207 against him.
You will be facing 5, 6, and 7, Mitchell, the pitcher spot, and Arroyo. Randy Norris is standing at the bottom of the bottom of the stairs. And if Norris does in fact hit, that would leave C.J. Farias the only player left on the bench for the Rockers.
And C.J. Farias is technically your only catcher left on the bench. He'd be the backup catcher.
Farias hasn't played in quite a while. See a little pink glow in the sky now. It's turned into a very nice evening.
Farias last played on the 16th. That was 4 days ago. Has just 1 at-bat this week as a pinch hitter.
Jared Mitchell, in his last at-bat, or his last time around the bases, tied the Rockers record with his 4th run of the game. No Rockers ever scored 5 in a game. Mitchell looking to get the team off on the right foot here in the bottom of the 8th inning, as Latos does in fact start throwing in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. Off-speed pitch to Mitchell in there for a strike. Rockers did get 4 at-bats out of Cesar Trejo, hit 3 times safely in those 4 at-bats. And here's the 0-1 to Mitchell. Fastball inside. No, it's called strike.
So assuming the Rockers do not come back in this, that would be their 7th loss of their last 9 at home.
That one they're going to check down and see if he wins. And they're going to say he did. Jamie Keefe's coming out to talk. Jared Mitchell not happy. I'll have to see it again. Jamie Keefe is extremely unhappy with home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg. Telling Jared Mitchell to head back to the dugout.
He's trying to make sure Jared Mitchell doesn't accidentally get tossed from this game. Because if Jared Mitchell does get tossed.
And Jamie's just gotten tossed. And now Jamie's going to make sure he gets his money's worth.
But credit Jamie Keefe to make sure Jared Mitchell doesn't get tossed from this game, because if Mitchell got tossed, that leaves Randy Norris as your last guy in, and you're going to have to take someone else out, and you CJ Farias.
And the struggles continue. Jamie throws the hat at the lineup to Billy Horn. He's one very unhappy manager for the Rockers. Cesar Trejo, who is now out of the game, heads to first base to be the base coach, and Billy Horn heads to third. Here's Randy Norris to pinch hit. Norris on the year, hitting below 200 at 174, but he's been swinging the bat better as of late. Some very dissatisfied fans down
I love the energy. This is funny.
First pitch to Norris, swing and a miss, the high fastball, strike one.
Well, I guess Billy Horn gets a birthday gift in coaching third base. Probably not in any way, shape, or form he wanted to, but he's now the third base coach and acting manager.
Billy Horn would have been more happy with a win tonight, as Norris, a broken back ground ball to short, and it's bobbled. Playing it to the side was the shortstop Blackstone, and Southern Maryland's first error of the game is Randy Norris now as he's on first base. Blackstone trying to field it to the side to throw on to first, but pulled up a little early, and the Rockers have a man aboard. Edwin Arroyo's coming up now. He's walked, singled, reached on a fielder's choice, and singled again. It's been a very productive day for Arroyo.
I do love that in this situation, Cesar Trejo is the man coaching first base.
Rockers down by 5, 1 out, bottom of the 8th inning. And here's the pitch, chasing one down out of the zone is Arroyo, strike one, as they're trying to get to Endrys Briseño before Latos comes in the 9th.
Or maybe it's a situation where they stick with Briseño for more than an inning. The pitcher spot is not up until the 7th batter of the inning. But then again, last time we said that, the pitcher spot did end up coming up.
Latos was throwing in the bullpen, is no longer. And here's the 0-1 to Arroyo, takes the ball low, 1-1. Rockers down by 5 in a game in which they once led by 5. And the 1-1 to Arroyo. Swings, hits a ground ball, and it's going to get through into right field. A base hit. Randy Norris rounding second. He's going to head on to third. The throw is high, and Norris is in. Great base running, showing off the wheels there to go first to third on that base hit, and the Rockers have something cooking here in the 8th inning. That'll bring up the catcher, Stuart Levy. Levy today has reached base his last 3 times up. Nobody up in the bullpen for Southern Maryland now. And Briseño delivers first pitch to Levy. Off speed, he holds off on it, ball 1. Giovanni Alfonso waits on deck. Randy Norris at third, Edwin Arroyo at first. Rockers trail by 5. And here's the 1-0 to Levy. Big swing and a miss. Couldn't catch up to that fastball, 1-1.
Stuart Levy's quietly had himself a game too, an RBI double, but 2 big walks. He's really worked some good at-bats. I don't know what it is with Rockers catchers, but they always seem to work really good at-bats.
That one will clip Levy. Actually did more than clip him. It drilled him and knocked a button off, I think, or at least unbuttoned the middle of his jersey, and that'll load the bases. So that hit by pitch will bring up Giovanni Alfonso, who has struggled today, struggled this week. But there's a chance to make all that go away with a big at-bat here in the 8th inning. Alfonso on the week is 1 for 24. Middle infield playing back. In fact, all 4 infielders are. Here's the first pitch to Alfonso. Swings, hits this one on the ground to second, could be 2. The throw to second for 1. The relay to first is low, but the catch is made for a double play, and that kills the bases loaded rally for the Rockers. They load them up and can't bring anybody across on the 4-6-3 double play. We go to the 9th inning. Southern Maryland leading 5-5, 15-10 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
At Howard University, we are focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be.
I'm Sarah Martin, and I am proud to be High Point University's sports executive director.
Now pitching Daniel James.
Rockers go to the bullpen again at the top of the 9th inning. It's Daniel James, another newcomer to this team. Dylan Smith's final line: 1 inning, 1 run, 2 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. The 1 run coming off of a solo home run. Daniel James making his 2nd appearance as a High Point Rocker. His first outing against Lexington, pitched a scoreless inning, struck out a couple.
And those 2 strikeouts were really big against Lexington. Kind of came in mop-up duty, but he did pitch really well.
And he will be facing Pisano, Harris, and Collier. As the Simba Cam going on here at the ballpark. Top of the 9th, Rockers down 5. James looking to keep it as such. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning, it'll be the top of the lineup for the Rockers. Russell McOwen, and now J.R. DiSarcina in the 3 spot, replacing Stephen Cardulo. And here is Pisano. Left-handed batter. Both teams now with a single player left on their bench.
And both of them are the backup catchers.
Jake Marshall and C.J. Farias. Again, if you missed the announcement earlier, a big congratulations to Logan Moore at his contract selected by the Philadelphia Phillies as Pisano swings and misses strike 1. Logan Moore returns to the organization from whence he came. Was a member of the Phillies before coming to the Atlantic League with the New Britain Bees. He'll be reporting to AAA Lehigh Valley. And here is the pitch down low, and the count 1-1. If the Rockers can't come back in the 9th inning against Latos, they finish this homestand the disappointing 1-5.
And it's so interesting how good teams usually are at home. The Rockers would fall to 4-7 at home after starting out 2-0, would have lost 7 of 9. The
1-1 popped up out of play, 1-2. And if you take out, and we've talked about this a little bit yesterday, if you take out the big inning in each of these games, this could easily be a 3-3 or a 4-2 homestand.
There's always a saying between baseball parents of like little leaguers who are like 12. Like one bad inning is why every game goes awry. And that's kind of been the same thing for the Rockers. It's just one weird bad inning.
Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Down goes Pisano for out number 1. And Daniel James, albeit in a short sample size, has continued to impress. But now 3 strikeouts in an inning and a third.
The weirdest part about this whole thing is the inning's been the 7th. Like, that's just a weird random inning. Like, it's not the 9th in a high leverage situation. It's not the 8th bridging it to the 9th. It's bridging from the edge of this start to the back end.
And it's either been an inning in which it's the first one when the starter has not pitched, as that one's fouled off, or it's one that the starter begins but doesn't get out of.
Which is the weirdest part of the whole thing. It's the first guy out of the pen. And it's finding who you can put in that situation, which is so weird.
And a guy who the Rockers probably in normal situations would have gone to, is that pitch up high, in the count 1-1. Ryan Chafee pitched the last 2 days in a row and wasn't really available tonight. One ball, 1 strike. That's down low, 2-1.
Yeah, it's gotten to a point that the only guys left in the bullpen are Nefi Agondo, Ryan Chafee, Preston Gainey, and Kyle Halba. 5th reliever tonight for the Rockers.
The 2-1, off speed and high, 3-1. Well, maybe it's good the Rockers head to West Virginia this week, the site of the last series that they won. Took 2 out of 3 against the Power last weekend, and in fact, in the bookend games Friday and Sunday looked very good in doing so. Swing and a miss, count goes full. Westfall will make his first appearance against the Power on Tuesday. Ricky Knapp, who was fantastic last Friday, will be the starter in game 1 of that doubleheader on Wednesday. And here is the off-speed pitch, poked to DeSarcina, picks it up on a hop, fires across in time, and that's out number 2.
Now batting, Zach Collier.
I think another guy who'd be looking forward to heading to West Virginia is Jared Mitchell, where he hit those 2 home runs last Sunday.
I think Jared Mitchell at this point likes to go anywhere that someone is throwing him a baseball, because it has been crazy. 6 home runs in a week. You don't see that often.
And I know I said yesterday if they gave out Player of the Week awards, he should win it, but now I'm going to double down on that.
At ALPB Roundup, hello, we have a nomination.
Off speed inside to Zach Collier, ball 1.
The league itself does not give out Player of the Week awards, but ALPB Roundup, they're affiliated with the league as part of a news organization, does give out a Series of the Week, Series Player of the Week awards, and Player of the Week awards.
We're 2/3 of the way through June, as this one's popped up and out of play down the left field side. Count 1-1. We'll start to look at Player of the Month before too long, and we have some candidates on this team, I think.
So if June ended today, who would you give Player of the Month to on the Rockers for both hitting and pitching?
Specifically on the team?
Specifically on the Rockers. June ends today. Who are your June hitter and pitcher of the month?
I think my pitcher is Ryan Chafee. I think, he's 10 2/3 scoreless innings or innings without an earned run, I should say. I think he gets the nod for pitching, although Luke Westfall had a fantastic month as well, as that one ripped into right center field for a base hit. Heading to second now is Collier. Alfonso's throw is going to be cut off, and it's a 2-out double for Collier. But as far as hitters go, there's a lot of guys who could lay claim to this. I think Michael Russell has a good case for it. If Cardullo had been here longer, he would add a good case for it. I think top to bottom, I would give it to Edwin Arroyo, I think.
It's understandable. I'd agree with that. I'd agree with both those guys. Do they still have to play in the team? Are we making that a qualifier?
Logan Morrison.
I was going to pitch Mitch Atkins. He's just pitched so well. If not him, it'd be Luke Westfall. And then for hitter, I think you got to go Edwin Arroyo or maybe Jared Mitchell if he continues the hot streak.
First pitch to Crosby misses up for a ball.
Though if in the next 10 games Steven Cardullo continues to hit above 450, then it's Steven.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, so what if we branched it to the league?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
First pitch here, fouled off the foot of Crosby, and he is in some obvious distress there, but we'll walk it off.
I think you almost have to give it to Courtney Hawkins. Just solely from seeing him in person and how amazing he was, I think Courtney Hawkins no doubt gets your player of the month.
I might give it to Castro for York. 4th in the league in average, leads
Another
the league
one.
in RBIs.
Courtney Hawkins is just so good of a baseball player. And then on the pitching side of things, I mean, Mike Devine has a really good case along with Tommy Shirley. So does Luke Westfall.
That pitch swing and a miss. Count 1 and 2.
If you go with Devine, Shirley, or Westfall, I don't think you can go wrong with anyone.
I think I would allow myself to be biased there. Luke Westfall in the top 5 in ERA and strikeouts. I would give it to Luke.
The only thing that might be holding him back is the walks. The 15 walks is a lot. But the strikeout numbers have been so good, and how he works with runners on base is nuts.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another excellent inning for Daniel James as he has pitched 2 innings with the Rockers, striking out 4. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. And Matt Latos about to come in for Southern Maryland. The Rockers trail by 5 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Bottom of the 9th inning, Rockers trail by 5, and now coaching first base for the High Point Rockers, making his final appearance, is catcher Logan Moore.
It's a good way to go out.
Get him on the field one more time. Matt Latos comes in to replace Indris Briseño, who went 1 inning, gave up a hit, struck out 1. Latos has been solid this year, maybe not quite to his spectacular form of 2019 yet, but it's been a good start for Latos out of the bullpen this year.
Latos, 4 saves. This is appearance number 7, 3.18 ERA, 5 2/3 innings, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, 190 the average, and 1 peacekeeping mission last night as we saw on the ball field multiple times.
And Matt Latos helping kind of calm things down yesterday, as did Rockers manager Jamie Keefe. And
yeah, that was a wild situation. I think that was yesterday, and there have been a whole 25 runs scored since then.
I think one of the most frustrating things about the skid for the Rockers this week is that at every single point in this ball game, or every single point in all the ball games this week, they have been in it.
They could have gone 6-0.
Agreed. Here's the pitch to Michael Russell. It's up high, ball 1. And the thing is, with as many players as the team has lost due to their contracts being purchased, the fact that Jamie Keefe is able to replace them with guys that are competitively keeping you in the ball game is remarkable.
At worst, they'd go 4-2. The bullpen's just kind of been their Achilles heel.
Russell swinging a drive deep into left field. Going back is Collier looking up. It's off the wall. That's Hibbert, rather, the left fielder, but Michael Russell leads off the 9th inning with a loud double off of the wall in left field. And Russell breaks an 0 for 5 streak today.
First base coach Logan Moore giving him the courtesy wave coming around first base.
And that'll bring up James McOwen.
That is the third ball today that misses being a home run by less than a foot. That was 3 inches from hitting the top of that yellow line and going over.
So Russell took care of his 0 for 5 day with the double there. McOwen also with an 0 for 5 day. Let's see if he can put together a similar result. Latos holds the set, now delivers first pitch fastball. McOwen fouls it off.
Come on, boys, let's go!
I want that guy's energy. I'm loving it.
No balls and a strike to McOwen.
I got 9, here we go!
DiSarcina waits on deck. And then Jared Mitchell and then CJ Farias would have to come in unless the Rockers wanted
Here we go!
James to hit for himself, which I'm
Farias
sure
does have a bat.
off-speed pitch to McOwen, takes it, a good look, ball 1, count 1-1.
Who would like to run the bases after the game or play catch in the field after the game? Please gather in the
Farias would represent the tying run if you want to look that far ahead. Latos ready to deliver the 1-1 to McOwen. Rockers need some base runners first before you can even start entertaining that idea. The 1-1, fastball swung on, ripped down the right field side. Is it going to stay fair? It kicks around in the corner. Coming around to score is Michael Russell. James McOwen heads to second base, and the Rockers start the 9th with back-to-back doubles. It's now 15-11.
Well, hold the phone. They're not done yet.
That'll bring up J.R. DiSarcina, his first at-bat of the night, but he's a kid who's really impressed with his offensive abilities. We knew he was highly touted defensively, but offensively, DiSarcina this year hitting .313, 2 home runs, and 5 driven in, and all of a sudden he's got to face a big-time former big leaguer in Matt Latos.
This isn't the first time this has happened. Faced a couple of big leaguers in the West Virginia series.
Here's the first pitch of the at-bat, swing and a miss late on the fastball, 0-1. That was the Rockers' first run since the 6th inning after just dominating the middle stages of this ball game. Latos comes set, ready to deliver the 0-1. And here it is, DiSarcina off the end of the bat down the first base side. It's fair. Taking it to the bag is Pisano for out number 1, but McOwen heads to third. And so now 1 away. And that'll bring up Jerry Downs. Downs has been hit by a pitch and has doubled, reaching base twice in 5 plate appearances. That was a loud double by Downs when he hit it. Got a chance with a runner in scoring position here. Latos delivers first pitch of the at-bat, curveball, and it stays up, ball 1. One out, bottom of the 9th, Rockers trail by 4, but started off the inning with back-to-back doubles. Latos delivers off speed again, taking for a strike this time is Downs, and the count 1-1. Latos comes set. And here is the 1-1. Fastball chopped on the ground this time to second. An easy play there for Decker. Check that, there's a new player at second base. That is Alex Crosby, has now gone to third. Or has now gone to second, rather. And Josh McAdams is at third. So So coming into score there was McOwen, and it's now 15-12.
A bloop, and a blast away.
Here's Jared Mitchell. First pitch to him, off speed, hangs up. They're going to check down to first or to third base umpire and say he did not go this time. We did look back at the replay.
Oh yeah, we looked back at the replay.
It's questionable.
It was borderline.
It's questionable.
We're gonna say it was very very borderline.
Enough to cast doubt either way.
Exactly. Neither side was gonna be happy with the call.
The 1-0, another off-speed pitch, and it's a strike 1-1 now to Mitchell.
If that was said, he held up, he would have had Stan Clyburn be a little annoyed, and with it being called a strike, we obviously saw what happened with Jamie Keefe.
1 ball, 1 strike to Mitchell. Rockers trail by 3, but there are now 2 outs in the 9th inning. Here's the pitch. Just getting a piece of it did Mitchell. The count now 1-2. Rockers down to their final strike. Again, we'll see you back in action on Tuesday evening. The Rockers and West Virginia Power coming to you there on MixLR. 6:05 start time, so we'll be on the air at 5:30. A little bit of an earlier start. The 1-2 to Mitchell. Off speed, little check swing blooper. McAdams dives, can't make the catch, it's foul. McAdams gave it an old college try, but Mitchell stays alive for one more pitch. CJ Farias waits on deck, and if both Mitchell and Farias are able to get on, it's Edwin Arroyo who's had himself a day. Bases empty, 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Rockers have out-hit Southern Maryland 16-13, but the walks coupled with the hits have done the Rockers pitching in. Here's the 1-2 to Mitchell. That's down low, 2-2. So we've now hit the 4-hour mark, just about. We're almost to the 4-hour mark tonight.
We are 5 minutes away. We've hit the 3:55 mark.
That's something.
Longest game this year for the Rockers.
And actually 3:55 is the longest regulation game in Rockers history. The 2-2. Mitchell swings and fouls this one off.
Well, it took 27 runs, 29 hits, 4 errors.
I should rephrase, 3:55 is tied for the longest. If we get to 3:56, it will set the new mark.
Come on, baby. Let's go.
And welcome to the longest game in High Point Rockers history.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hey, a little excitement here in the 9th inning. Setting records. And Lato's set. And delivers now the 2-2 off speed. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll do it. Rockers score 2 in the 9th, but drop the game and the series to the Blue Crabs, tonight falling 15-12. We're going to step aside when we come back. Stick with us for the Rickster's Grill postgame show on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
welcome inside the Rickster's Grill postgame show. Jay McBlake alongside Kendrick Fruits. The Rockers fall on Father's Day by a final score of 15-12 to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in a game that had just about everything. Southern Maryland jumps out to a 3-0 lead. Then the Rockers score 7 unanswered runs to take a 7-4 lead. And then the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs outscore the Rockers by a score of 12-5 the rest of the way to win 15-12. Let's get you your Atlantic League scoreboard report for one final time on the day. 14-13 your final in West Virginia over Gastonia. Dominic Bethencourt gets the win. Jay Gaz gets the loss. Diego Moreno gets save number 4. Long Island takes down Lancaster 18-13, 7 runs in the 9th inning for Lancaster. York takes down Lexington 6-5 to take the series, with Jim Fuller getting the 4th save of the season.
As Javik just mentioned, 15-12 the final score in a game in which arguably the best offensive performance this team had this year, but it was the pitching staff for the bullpen specifically for the second or third time this week that just couldn't hang on to the lead for the Rockers, and a situation where the hitters are sitting here going, what do we have to do? We put up 12 runs on 16 hits, but the funny thing about that, if you look at the runs, this team actually rebounded to end up 4 for 16 with runners in scoring position. Not amazing, but it's better than the 1 for 11s that we had been seeing earlier this week.
Exactly. The big thing for this team is the offense isn't your problem. The starting pitching isn't your problem. It all relies on the bullpen. They have blown 2 leads of at least 4 runs in 3 days.
And that's backwards of what we saw last week.
Exactly. Last week the problem wasn't with the pitching. Even earlier in the week, the problem wasn't with the pitching. It was with the offense not hitting with runners in scoring position. We saw yesterday what can happen when they put everything together. Today we saw what happens when everything is not put together. And you have a 5-run lead blown with 9 runs in the 7th inning. At this point, you just have to sit back and laugh at it, because it is nuts.
Well, you know, this team is probably not laughing right now as you feel a lot of missed opportunities this week. And, you know, Logan Moore told me yesterday in the pregame interview, he said that, you know, the team is not hanging their head and there's no sense of panic or anything. He said it's still early in the year, which is true, but while we're early in the overall year, we're a third of the way through the first half of the season now, and the team had a chance to make up a game on Lexington tonight and not able to do so. And that's the big thing, is being able to capitalize as the second place team when the first place team loses, and they weren't able to get that done tonight.
But here's the thing, though. There were 2 halves this season for a reason, and this is a team and a franchise that has been pilfered, with players going to Major League organizations, Mexican League organizations. This is a team that is not rebuilding on the fly, but trying to plug holes on the fly, and there is a lot of holes that they have to try and fill on almost a daily basis. Your starting catcher gets taken away a day after your number 1 pitcher gets taken away. So this is a coaching staff and a front office that is very much trying to find guys to fill in on the fly, and they're still trying to come together and trying to play together as a unit. The big thing is that for this team is, as bad of a first half and as bad of a week as this has been for the team, there's still a lot of time left in the first half, and they have a 60-game season in the second half of the season in which everybody starts 0-0, and you still have a chance to make the playoffs no matter what.
Absolutely. And the thing that should give you a little bit of comfort is the fact that they're not really getting blown out night in and night out. They're staying right there, and it's really just that one thing. It's something different every night, but it's one thing every night that's keeping them from winning these ball games. So I think that's got to give you a little bit of comfort, knowing this team has the ability to compete. They have the talent to match up with these guys, but they're just not putting everything together right now. And that's always one of those situations where it's just a matter of time, because they have what it takes to win ball games here in the Atlantic League. It's just, when do we see it?
Exactly. This isn't a Road Warriors team that's going to go 24 and 126. This is a very good baseball team. They're just trying to figure things out, and you know, this is a tough stretch, but it happens in baseball. And a day off tomorrow, go back to West Virginia with a team that has played well in West Virginia, and a power team that's struggled offensively all year long. It's one of those things that you hope they can bounce back, and next week's a tough week, but you hope that this team bounces back, sort of uses tomorrow as a sort of rest and relaxation day and comes out firing in West Virginia.
Kids playing catch with their dads out in the outfield. Brian Clark running around the field with his little girls down the left field line. It's amazing to see, and it is also a nice reminder that at the end of the day, as tough as this week has been, life's not all about baseball. It's great family atmosphere here at Truist Point. Brian Clark, great dad. You heard him yesterday talking about his wife being the superhero of that family. And it's just great to remember that not only does Jamie Keefe put together a ball club with talent, but he's got some good people on this team as well. And I think that's huge too. This is a great organization, and the players here are really first class. It's time to hand out our game ball of the evening, and I got to give it to Jared Mitchell. Scored 4 runs today, hit a home run in his first at bat, knocked in another couple of runs with that home run, walked twice, singled once, and I think Jared Mitchell today was the big focal point of the offense, and he gets my game ball.
I'm going to go with Cardula. Steven Cardula once again has a hit in every single game he's played this year. 6 games with a hit. Single, double, home run that was a bomb, and it's been so fun and so exciting to watch at the plate. For that, he gets the game ball today.
All right, well, it's time to about wrap things up. Again, the winning pitcher tonight, interestingly enough, will go to Diaz of Southern Maryland, Carlos Diaz, who did not have a very good outing. He ended up giving up 3 runs in his 1 inning of work, but he will go home with the victory. Brian Clark gets hit with the loss, his 2nd of the year. No save picked up by Matt Latos, as he gave up 2 runs in the 9th to make it what would have been a save situation, but does not get the save. Rockers back in action, 6:05 on Tuesday against the West Virginia Power at Appalachian Power Park. We'll be with you with the Sweet Old Bills pregame show at 5:30. Javik, final thoughts here as we close our 2nd homestand of the year.
There's an off day tomorrow. They play again on Tuesday, and the beauty of baseball is back at it again. Another day to try and reverse the trend of the last couple of games and start off a new week with a 0-0 record and try to go 1-0.
I think the big thing for me is just another week of almosts. This team is almost there. You can see it. They're almost winning games. And remember, they're just 1 game under 500. This isn't like we're in a rebuilding process with a 4-16 team. This is a team that we know has the ability. It's just a matter of them putting everything together. So as they almost win another game tonight, we will take a day off tomorrow and be back at it, as you said, on Tuesday at West Virginia with a 6:05 start time. That'll do it for us here tonight. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs win on Father's Day, 15-12. Again, say happy Father's Day to all the rockin' dads we have in our fan base, and for everybody down in the control room and Rockers Baseball Network and Javik Blake, I'm Kendrick Fruit saying have a good evening. We will see you on Tuesday. Have a rockin' night and happy Father's Day.